All right, we're going to get started. Thank you. I'd like to welcome you to this public hearing of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board. This is the first of 4 public hearings to consider comments concerning proposed rent adjustments for leases for apartments, lofts, hotels, and other housing units subject to the Rent Stabilization Law of 1969 and the Emergency Tenant Protection Act of 1974. These adjustments will affect renewal leases commencing between October 1st, 2023 and September 30th, 2024, and new leases. I will now take roll call. Please respond if present. Doug Apple?
Present.
Genesis Aquino?
Present.
Christina DeRose?
Present.
Rob Ehrlich?
Present.
Arpit Gupta?
Present.
Alex Schwartz?
Present.
Christina Smith?
Present.
Adon Sultran?
Present.
Nestor Davidson, I'm present as well. Let the record show that we have a quorum. The next 3 meetings of this board will be public hearings to comment on the proposed guidelines. They will be held on June 8th at the Jamaica Performing Arts Center, 153-01 Jamaica Avenue in Queens. June 13th, we'll have a virtual public hearing, about which I'll say more in a moment. And June 15th at St. Francis College at 179 Livingston Street in Brooklyn. Each of these public hearings will take place from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Anyone who would like to comment on the proposed rule at a public hearing must sign up to speak. People wishing to speak at the public hearings can pre-register in advance. You can pre-register online through our website, nyc.gov/RGB, or you can sign up by calling 212-669-7480 from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Pre-registration ends at noon on the business day prior to each hearing. Note that to ensure that you are able to speak at the virtual hearing on June 13th, pre-registration is required. For those who do not pre-register for our in-person hearings, registration is also available in person from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. All of the hearings will be live streamed, and Spanish interpretation will be provided at each hearing. Other interpretation is available on request. We will also be taking comments on the proposed guidelines outside of our public hearings. If you are unable to attend our hearings, you can submit written, audio, and video comments prior to the hearings for the board members to review through June 15th. Instructions to submit these comments will be available on the board's website. Again, that's nyc.gov/RGB, by email at ask@rgb.nyc.gov, or by calling the Rent Guidelines Board at 212-669-7480. I'd like to thank all of you for attending this public hearing. The board is looking forward to hearing from you regarding our proposed rent adjustment guidelines. Before we proceed with testimony, I would like to go over the rules and procedures for those testifying before the board. If you wish to speak, you must confirm your presence with RGB staff at the registration table located near the entrance of the hall. Speakers will not be called if they have not checked in at the registration table. There are Spanish interpreters here today. We really appreciate your help with this. When registering to speak, please notify the staff if you would like an interpreter. I will try to call several names in advance to let you know that you will soon be called on to speak. If you have materials to distribute to the board, please give them to the RGB staff sitting at the sign-in table near the entrance. I'll attempt to alternate speakers between tenants and owners if we have both, but this may not always be possible. And most importantly, in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible, each speaker will have 2 minutes to give testimony. An additional 2 minutes of speaking time will be given to those speakers utilizing interpretation services. To help speakers keep track of their time, we have a clock. We will start the clock when you begin speaking. The clock will beep once when the speaker has 30 seconds left. We'll continue beeping when the allotted 2 minutes are up. If you are still speaking at the end of 2 minutes, I will ask you to wrap up your testimony quickly. We expect many speakers, and the board wants to hear from as many speakers as possible in the limited time we have for this hearing. We understand that it may be difficult to say everything you want us to hear in just 2 minutes, but please understand that it's our responsibility to make sure that everyone who has taken the time to come and testify will have a fair opportunity to be heard. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. Shall I call?
Just tell them they're going to
So now the announcements are going to be read in
In
Spanish.
Spanish. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Me gustaría darles la bienvenida a esta audiencia pública de la Junta de Normas de Alquileres de la Ciudad de Nueva York. Esta es la primera de 4 audiencias públicas para considerar sus comentarios relativos a los ajustes de alquiler propuestos para los contratos de alquiler de apartamentos, lofts o altillos, hoteles y otras unidades de vivienda sujetas a la Ley de Estabilización de Alquileres de 1969 y la Ley de Protección de Inquilinos de Emergencia de 1974. Estos ajustes afectarán a las renovaciones de los contratos de alquiler que empiecen entre el 1 de octubre de 2023 y el 30 de septiembre de 2024. Ahora pasaré lista. Por favor, respondan si están presentes. Doug Apple, presente. Genesis Aquino, presente. Christina DeRose, presente. Robert Ehrlich, presente. Arpit Gupta, presente. Alex Schwartz, presente. Christina Smith, presente. Adam Soltran, presente. Néstor Davidson, presente. Que conste en acta que contamos con un quórum. Las 3 próximas reuniones de esta Junta serán audiencias públicas para comentar sobre las normas propuestas y se celebrarán en las fechas y horas siguientes. El 8 de junio en persona en el Jamaica Performing Arts Center, el 15301 de la avenida Jamaica en Queens, de 5 a 8 de la noche. El 13 de junio será una audiencia pública virtual de 5 a 8 de la noche. Y finalmente, el 15 de junio en persona en el St. Francis College, que queda en el 179 de la calle Livingston en Brooklyn, de 5 a 8 de la noche. Todo aquel que desee comentar sobre las normas propuestas en una audiencia pública deberá inscribirse para declarar. Las personas que deseen declarar en las audiencias públicas pueden preinscribirse con antelación. Puede preinscribirse en línea a través de nuestra página web nyc.gov /RGB o puede inscribirse al llamar al 212-669-7480 de 9 a 5 de la tarde de lunes a viernes. Esta preinscripción finalizará al mediodía del día laborable anterior a cada audiencia. Tenga en cuenta, por favor, que para poder declarar en la audiencia virtual del 13 de junio es necesario inscribirse previamente. Quienes no se preinscriban para las audiencias presenciales también podrán inscribirse en las audiencias públicas presenciales de 5 a 8 de la noche. Todas las audiencias públicas se transmitirán en directo. Habrá interpretación al español en cada audiencia. También recibiremos comentarios sobre las normas propuestas fuera de nuestras audiencias públicas. Si no puede asistir a nuestras audiencias, puede presentar comentarios por escrito, audio y video antes de las audiencias para que los miembros de la Junta los revisen hasta el 15 de junio. Las instrucciones para presentar estos comentarios estarán disponibles en el sitio web de la Junta nyc.gov/RGB por correo electrónico a ask@rgb.nyc.gov o al llamar a la RGB al 212-669-7480. Me gustaría darles las gracias a todos por asistir a esta audiencia pública. La Junta desea escuchar a muchos de ustedes en relación con las normas propuestas sobre el ajuste del alquiler. Antes de continuar con los testimonios, me gustaría repasar las normas y procedimientos para quienes declaren ante la Junta hoy día. Si desean declarar, deberán confirmar su presencia con el personal de la RGB en la mesa de inscripción situada cerca de la entrada de este salón. No se llamarán a aquellos que no se hayan inscrito con el personal de la mesa de inscripción. Tendremos intérpretes de español. Cuando se inscriban para hablar, notifíquenle al personal si desean intérprete. Intentaré pronunciar varios nombres con antelación para que sepan que pronto se les llamará para declarar. Si tienen material para distribuir en la Junta, deben entregárselo al personal de la RGB que se encuentra en la mesa de inscripción cerca de la entrada. Intentaré alternar los hablantes entre inquilinos y propietarios, pero no siempre será posible. Para darle cabida al mayor número posible de hablantes esta noche, cada hablante dispondrá de 2 minutos para declarar. Se concederán 2 minutos adicionales a los hablantes que utilicen servicios de interpretación. Para ayudar a los hablantes a controlar su tiempo, disponemos de un temporizador. Lo pondremos en marcha una vez que el hablante empiece a declarar. El temporizador sonará una vez que a los hablantes se les queden 30 segundos y este seguirá sonando cuando se hayan agotado los 2 minutos asignados. Si los hablantes siguen hablando después de los 2 minutos, les pediré que concluyan rápidamente su declaración. Esperamos que declaren muchos entre ustedes y la Junta desea escuchar el mayor número posible de hablantes en el tiempo limitado del que disponen para esta audiencia. Entendemos que puede ser difícil hacer todo lo que quieran que oigamos en apenas 2 minutos, pero por favor entiendan que es nuestra responsabilidad asegurarnos de que todos los que se hayan tomado el tiempo de venir acá esta noche y declarar tengan la oportunidad de que se les escuche. Les agradecemos su colaboración. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. All right, now I will announce our first 3 speakers. We'll hear first from Mr. X, then from Pablo Zavalos, and then from Tiago Branco. Thank you. Is the mic not on?
Can you turn the mic on?
Apologies, 1 second, we'll get the mic going.
Is that on button on? There we go. You know what I could be doing? I could be at home watching Monday Night Raw, but there's someone here babysitting you, which I have no patience for. Where there are events, there are concerns. Well, before I get to that, whatever decision you make at the final vote meeting won't affect me. Why? I live in Section 8 housing. I have a non-political Section 8 voucher. Therefore, the HBD, not the RGB, determines my fate. And also, therefore, my rent is too damn low. Whether events or concerns, you got a microphone this side, you don't have one that side, you're forcing everyone to shift over here, which is inappropriate. You didn't tell us we had to pass a security check, which is also inappropriate. This auditorium, also that one, also this theater plus the other one aren't wheelchair accessible. You need to hold these public hearings near railroad and subway train stations that are fully wheelchair accessible. This is a bad place to hold them. Here in Bronx Island, why not hold them at 851 Grand Concourse Avenue, which lies near subway and railroad train stations that are fully wheelchair accessible. The building itself is fully wheelchair accessible. In the future, you hold public hearings here or anywhere, and you want us to pass a security check? You didn't tell us before time, not after. I don't want surprises. You understand what I'm saying? Tell us before time. And by the way, those 2 goons who checked my possessions back there wore gloves. Although they rummaged through my possessions, they wore gloves, but I don't play that. Because they were disrespectful to me. I don't play that. So I said, you want us to pass a security check? You tell us before time, not after.
Thank you. Pablo, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pablo Zavalos, and I'm a tenants' rights attorney testifying in support of a rent freeze. A freeze is a needed correct fact that this board has previously ordered rent increases that have substantially outpaced landlords' inflation-adjusted costs. Between 1990 and 2021, in obtaining rent-stabilized, inflation-adjusted income from rent has increased by 41%, while costs have increased by 35%, facilitating a net operating income increase of 50%. Helping drive this trend is that, according to a data analysis by Tim Collins, between 1990 and 2022, prior incarnations of this board have ordered rental adjustments that exceeded the increases necessary to maintain fixed operating cost to rent ratios and inflation-adjusted NOI by 17%. Indeed, RGB orders have enabled the very profiteering that the rent stabilization law was enacted to counter. In the present day, rents are soaring, rent collection is rebounding, and inflation, to which this board has never tethered its past adjustment orders, is slowing. Meanwhile, tenants face mounting struggles. 2/3 of the lowest income renters and 1/3 of rent-stabilized tenants without vouchers pay a majority of their incomes in rent. Many of my clients trying to get back on their feet tell me that between the rent and other costs like food, healthcare, and raising children, there is not enough to go around. With fewer than 1 in 100 apartments renting for under $1,500 being vacant, and with vouchers and anti-discrimination enforcement in short supply, there is little chance of moving elsewhere. These tenants cannot afford an increase. In light of this board's historically excessive rent increases and the needs of overburdened tenants, I urge this board to adopt a rent freeze. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
My name is Tiago Branco. My building is comprised of 39 units. 21 are rent stabilized. 1/4 of those 21 are designated emergency housing, and 3 units are purposely vacant. The landlord refuses DHR's orders to reduce the rent and holds out on lease renewals to create emergency housing vacancies. To tenants living with HIV and AIDS who don't know any better, she says, "I'm not renewing your lease." For tenants who can be ousted without just cause, all she has to do is manipulate their HACCP caseworkers into a 1-page backdoor rental agreement that's often illegal but cheaper than an SRO. In the end, the tenant either signs the agreement or is relegated to a hotel where alcohol, drugs, and criminal behaviors are common. Every time the board agrees to an increase, people with HIV and AIDS move closer to a park bench. It incentivizes landlords to seek more creative ways to flood rent stabilization law and turn this body into another money-making tool at their disposal. Example, registering a 3-room apartment as 5 rooms to increase the unit's market value and the legal rent. Finally, the owner and tenant members' positions are clear. Yet as another increase looms upon us, I wonder whether public members will succumb to the greedy landlords who now hold all the cards. Or, as the people of integrity we expect them to be, examine testimony, analyze data, and take a long look at the big picture before rendering a decision we all know they don't have to live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Betty Collode, Jessica Altagracia Wolford, and Teodora Figueroa. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Betty Collode. I'm a primary care physician and public health and prevention specialist living here in the Bronx and working in Manhattan and the Bronx. I'm also a Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition Health Justice Steering Committee member, and I'm here speaking against proposed rent increases. Housing is widely recognized as a strong determinant of health outcomes. Doctors know that housing affects health more than any medicine or procedure that we prescribe. As you know, we are facing a crisis. The Bronx experienced the highest rate of eviction filings in 2022. More than 80% of people who live in the Bronx are renters, the highest percentage of any borough. And we're already seeing acceleration of rent hikes in the Bronx, more so than any other borough. As much as 7% in Morrisania, Crotona, 9.8% in Parkchester, Soundview, and a whopping 12.9% in Throgs Neck Co-op City. As rents spike, I see the direct impact on the health of my patients. Carmen was ashamed to tell me that her diabetes got worse because she couldn't afford both medicine and rent. Donald started using drugs again when he got a notice that his rent was going up, and he saw homelessness on the horizon. He had already overdosed once before, and I fear it will happen again now that his housing is unstable. It is shameful to see the number of veterans in my clinic who have come home to the Bronx just to face eviction and homelessness. As a doctor and as a Bronx resident, I implore you not to raise rents. If we want to address the explosion of evictions, if we want families to thrive in healthy homes and communities, then we must instead roll back rents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Altagracia Wolford. I'm a proud New Yorker, born and raised in Kingsbridge and currently live in Riverdale. I'm a mom, a wife, caregiver for my aging grandparents. Family is very important to me. My husband, 3-year-old daughter, and I recently moved because the rent on our market rate apartment was increased by over 50%. It cost us thousands of dollars to move. In those 90 days, since we were notified about our impending rent increase, my grandpa was diagnosed with dementia, and we have been desperately trying to find affordable, quality care for him and my grandma while managing the chaos of moving with a young child. My grandparents have lived in the same rent-stabilized apartment for over 40 years. The building literally shakes when the one train goes by, and there are currently 95 open HPD violations on their pre-war 24-unit building. My grandparents are in their mid-80s and have to make the arduous walk up 4 flights of stairs every day. They live on a fixed income. Unless you're wealthy, there isn't a single person in the Bronx who doesn't feel the crushing pain of making rent every month. In our family, like so many across the Bronx, and frankly across New York, the bottom line is shared by and felt by all of us. When the board votes to raise rents for tenants like my grandparents, it's not just the tenants who suffer. Their families, caregivers, and dependents must bear the financial and emotional burden to make it work. I represent thousands, if not millions, of New Yorkers who are doing their best to get by. Facing a future where we have to make hard choices between groceries, prescription drugs, and the daily essentials required to care for our families. I promise I'm almost done. We, the people of New York, are sick and tired of waiting for action. We can't afford to move, but we can't afford to stay. We're trapped in a vicious cycle of poverty screaming into the void. The crisis we face requires so much more work to undo decades of harm and disrepair, but to make it through today, to make it through this year, we need this board and the people in power to listen to our stories, to come to the moral and logical conclusion that any rent increases for rent-stabilized apartments would hurt our neighbors and grandparents and set us all back. It would be a huge missed opportunity to protect the middle class in our borough and provide some semblance of relief that acknowledges we're all in this together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Theodore. Thank you. All right, our next 3 speakers after Ms. Figueroa will be Diana Larazabal, Damarai Barbosa, and Ramon Catala. Thank you.
My apologies, was Teodora Figueroa called?
Yes, thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Teodora Figueroa.
Good afternoon, my name is Teodora Figueroa.
Venimos representando Movimiento por Justicia del Barrio.
We are coming representing Justice for El Barrio.
Estamos aquí para que no den aprobación al aumento de renta,
We are here so that you do not approve a rent increase,
ya que apenas el año pasado nos dieron un aumento de renta,
since last year we barely got a rent increase.
pero no tenemos aumento de salario.
But of course we didn't have an increase in our salaries.
Pero las rentas suben más altas. Nosotros vivimos en malas condiciones.
But the rents, of course, are extremely high and we live in precarious conditions.
En el invierno no tenemos calefacción, no tenemos agua caliente, las paredes llenas de humedad.
We have no heat or hot water during the winter, and our walls are full of humidity.
Vivimos en malas condiciones. Por esa razón estamos aquí exigiendo que no den aprobación al aumento de renta.
We live in very bad conditions, and that is why we're here. We're hoping that a rent increase is not approved.
ya que nosotros les damos, la queja al casero que tenemos malas condiciones en el apartamento y el casero no escucha a nuestras peticiones.
We do everything possible to provide all of the complaints to the landlord, and of course the landlord does nothing with that information.
Por ejemplo, en mi caso, yo arreglé el apartamento, saqué de mi bolsa y le hice el comentario al casero que yo arreglé el apartamento y me ignoró totalmente.
In my case, for example, I paid for all of the improvements in my apartment. I told the landlord about that, and he completely ignored me.
Por ese motivo, por esa razón, estamos aquí exigiéndoles que por favor no den autorización a aumento a la renta.
And that is why we're here demanding that you do not pass a rent increase.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Diana Larrazábal y soy miembro del Movimiento por Justicia del Barrio.
My name is Diana Arrazabal, and again, I am part of the movement Justice for el Barrio.
Hoy estoy aquí representando a residentes de la ciudad de Nueva York,
I am here today representing residents of New York City.
residentes que tienen una discapacidad, residentes que viven de su retiro y residentes que trabajan largas horas para poder pagar su renta.
Residents who are retired, residents who work long hours to pay for their rent, and residents that also have disabilities.
Nuestros apartamentos no solo, nuestras viviendas no solo son un apartamento, son nuestro hogar. Y hoy estamos aquí para exigir que no se aumente la renta.
Our apartments are not only a living space, they are also our homes. And for that reason, we are here today demanding that rent not be increased.
El aumento nos afectará física y mentalmente.
Rent increases will affect us both physically and mentally.
Nos veremos obligados a trabajar un segundo trabajo para cubrir los gastos y esto nos causará un mayor estrés del cual ya vivimos.
We will be forced to find second jobs, which again will tire us. We'll become very tired as a result of this and provide more stress. We are already stressed as it is.
Durante la pandemia del COVID, varias familias perdieron a seres queridos que eran un soporte económico en su hogar.
During the COVID pandemic, many people lost loved ones that, of course, were the economic backbone of their homes.
Todas las familias aún siguen recuperándose de las secuelas del COVID-19 y no podrán hacerlo si la ciudad de Nueva York no los apoya para mantener su hogar.
Families are still trying to recover from the after effects of the COVID pandemic, and of course they will not be able to do so unless New York City supports these families.
Sería inhumano el aceptar un aumento sabiendo las consecuencias que esto puede traer.
It would be inhumane to pass an increase at this point, knowing fully well what the consequences would be.
Si la ciudad de Nueva York de verdad quiere luchar en contra el aumento de familias sin hogar, apóyenos para que esto no suceda.
If New York City truly wants to fight or help families against this increase, please help us in our struggle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Damari Barbosa. I represent New Ever Young Lords as well as the Bronx community. I was born and raised in the Bronx, 42 years. So I've seen the changes in our community, and I've been a community advocate for many years. Growing up in the Bronx, I've seen the beautiful, the ugly, and the most expensive. And as someone who does live in rent stabilization for many years, being told that rents are going to go up in our area has impacted so many people. Right now, there are literally 7,000 cases in the Bronx Housing Court alone for eviction, based off the fact that people cannot afford to pay the rent hikes and the increases that are happening. As someone who doesn't have a second income, or someone that has someone else to help pay that rent, but still going to school, going to work, and helping their community, we're facing losing our homes. So I want to know what's being done. We're asking and we're pleading and begging, don't hike up rents beyond what we can afford. Right now, it's rent stabilization. We're being told a 2-year lease is going to go up to 7%. We're struggling as it is. So how can we afford? How can we live? We're also facing the increase of transportation. So if you put everything together, transportation, living, food, medicine, prescription, disability, doctor's appointments, what do we sacrifice? Where do we fail? Where do we succeed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos los presentes
Good
y gracias
evening to
por que
everyone.
estén por aquí. Es para hacer saber del edificio donde yo vivo, 42 años, en el 2055 de Harrison Avenue, entre la 180 y
4252
Bayside.
I live at 4252 Harrison Avenue.
Después de tantos años de estar de convivencia en ese edificio, ha habido cambios. El nuevo lando son yo 20 años ya ahí, que está asumiendo esa renta ahí. Muy
After many
subida.
years of living at this building,
No
the
arreglan los
landlord,
apartamentos.
señora,
No arreglan los
after-
apartamentos.
after having lived for several years at this building, the landlord is increasing the rent.
No hay seguridad en los pasillos.
There is no security in the public hallways.
Las cámaras no funcionan. Las cámaras
The cameras are not functioning.
no funcionan. La puerta de entrada entra cualquier persona.
The main entrance to the building is also damaged.
Se roban los paquetes de las tenas mismos que entran a dejar.
The parcels that are left on the first floor are stolen,
Y hay plomo también en los apartamentos.
and there are also burglaries in some of the apartments.
Y en el cual no pone atención el ando porque no desea poner atención. Hago meetings de otras reuniones de otras gentes que vienen al edificio.
Of course, the landlord does not pay attention to any of this, and anyone can just walk into the building.
El súper le hace presente eso. Y el súper le hace el presente hablando de que va a haber una reunión y viene con actitudes malas al edificio.
The super, of course, is present at the meetings and also invites the landlord, but of course, whenever he attends the meeting, he is not willing to participate.
Y los amenaza.
And we're threatened by this.
Hoy en día él quiere tener los apartamentos para personas de shelter, personas que tienen oficinas que pueden rentar dentro del apartamento 2 cuartos dormitorio, uno para un tenas, otro para otro tenas.
He, of course, now wants to stockpile the apartments and use them for shelters. So he'll use one apartment for one person and another apartment for another person.
Yo hasta la fecha he podido tener la voluntad y la fuerza de voluntad de poder agarrar y limpiar mi edificio porque vendían droga y yo lo limpié.
I was able to garner enough strength to be able to clean my building, and I was able to do it.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll next hear again from Ramon Catala. And then after that, we'll hear from Mark Shi and Kim Statuto.
I'm so sorry.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to everyone.
El nombre mío es Ramón Catala y
My name is Ramon Catala.
vivo en el 1685 Topping Avenue en el Bronx.
I live in Tompkins Avenue in the Bronx.
Yo soy una persona retirada,
I'm retired,
pero me da pena todos los días cuando yo veo esas mujeres con sus coches y sus niños cuando van a llevar a la escuela.
but I feel so sorry for all of those women that I see every single day on their way to school with their children pushing their baby carriages.
Cuando terminan de hacer esa ruta, llevar sus hijos a escuelas, van hay como 4 iglesias que donan alimentos a los más desamparados. Ellas se van con sus coches, están 3 o 4 horas allí esperando.
I see many of these women who have to push their baby carriages, and they go to local churches to stand online to be able to get food from these churches, but there are already people on all of these lines.
Eso lo hacen todos los días. Al otro día van a otra iglesia que dan las donaciones. Esa es la rutina de esa gente todos los días.
They do this every day. It's a routine at this point. They'll go to one church one day, and then the next day they'll go to another church.
Yo sé que el alcalde Eric Adam tiene poco tiempo
I know that
la
Mayor
alcaldía,
Adams doesn't have a lot of time for these people,
pero nosotros también hicimos filas. Y yo me recuerdo en la escuela donde yo vivo para votar por él.
but I also remember that we stood on lines at the local school where I voted and where we all voted for him.
Esa renta que nos están ofreciendo a nosotros no son para nosotros. Y Eric Adam es parte de la renta estabilizada porque él formó el BOA, de 9 miembros. El alcalde los nombró.
The rent that is being offered to us at the moment is not something viable for us, and Mayor Adams knows this because he was part of the committee that laid this entire plan out.
Él puede revocar esos aumentos que nos hacen el BOA, que representan a los landores, porque tiene el power para hacerlo.
He can revoke these amounts of rent that he's proposing to the board, and he can propose this to the landlords. He has the power to do so.
Pero si él no hace lo correcto como alcalde, en las próximas elecciones que hagan, los que van a votar son los dueños de alquileres.
So if he doesn't do the right thing, what's going to happen is at the next elections, those that will vote will be the owners, landlords.
Okay, good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Mark Shee will be next.
Oh, Mark.
Sorry. Thank you, Kim.
Okay, thank you. Hi, all. Good evening. My name is Mark Shee. I'm a resident of the Kingsbridge neighborhood of the Bronx. I live on Heath Avenue. And I'm also a primary care doctor working in the Bronx, in the South Bronx by Concourse Plaza. And I, every day, see patients in my clinic whose biggest concern is not their blood pressure or their diabetes or their heart disease and the things that I kind of want to talk about, but it's about their rent and keeping a roof over their heads and the heads of their families. And that, of course, affects their health, right? If you're spending most of your money, as was discussed a little bit earlier, if you're spending most of your money on your rent, you're not going to have money to pay for your medications, to make your doctor's appointments, to buy the healthy food that you need to keep your chronic disease under control. And it's not just me saying this, it's not just the experiences I've had with my own individual patients. There's research that shows this. There's data that shows that for patients who are more rent burdened, who are paying 30% up to 50% of their income on their rent, they're less likely to make their appointments, they're less likely to keep up with their medications, they're more likely to access care in emergency rooms, and that level of care that we're trying to prevent here in primary care. And so rent going up has a severe and direct impact on people's physical and mental health. I also take care of people who have previously experienced homelessness. I work in a supportive housing site, and I see the trauma that causes on people's physical and mental well-being as well. And that's a really difficult trauma to recover from if people are able to recover at all. And rents going up, as they are projected to, rents staying where they are, honestly, puts more and more people at risk of experiencing that trauma. Now, I live and work in the Bronx. I actually moved to New York to be in the Bronx. Because I love the community that's around here, I like the organizing and the activism and the love that people have for the place that they live. And it's really frustrating to see that being put in danger by people not being able to stay in their homes. So both as a community member here and as a healthcare worker, I think it's essential that we do not increase rents any further and actually push for a rollback of rents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Kim Statuto, I'm a CASA member. Cliffside CASA! Woo, woo! Cliffside Properties, LLC, is a landlord of several properties. He or they have rent-stabilized buildings. Mom and pop landlords don't own rent-stabilized buildings. Stop trying to make us believe that's who's getting these rent increases, because it's not true. Corporate landlords are the owners of rent-stabilized buildings. The RGB continues to give increases to corporate landlords who don't pay water bills because the tenants get the notices, who don't pay Con Ed because the tenants get the notices. The landlords refuse to open their books and allow the real numbers to be revealed. Cliffside Properties acquired more buildings during the pandemic, right along with other corporate landlords. These landlords also received ERAP funds, and now it's being seen that they aren't adhering to the rules and regulations that were set. They are taking tenants to court before the year is up for rent that wasn't paid, so they can evict them. But you want to give them more money. More money. More money. While they put us in the streets. If the landlords are really hurting, which they're not, Wavecrest isn't, Langsam isn't, none of them are hurting. As tenants are, we didn't purchase properties during a pandemic. I didn't, I know they didn't, I know she didn't.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
No, I'm not done.
Thank you.
These landlords just received an increase. Last year, you just gave them one. Yet, they didn't use any of that money to fix their buildings. They give us patchwork jobs that we're supposed to live with. If you continue to increase rents, you're looking at putting us in the homeless population. And no, I'm not finished, so don't say it. Corporate landlords don't need more money. They need to open their books, see us for the real people we are, show us the numbers, stop the greed that you constantly give landlords. Stop the greed.
Thank you.
Tenants need a break.
Thank you.
And to recover. Please don't give another increase we can't afford. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please don't cut her off. That's an 8-year-old. I will get upset.
Hello, my name is Avery Bruce and I'm 8 years old, and I am here today once again begging the Rent Guidelines Board to not the Rent Guidelines Board to not give landlords of rent-stabilized buildings another increase. My parents are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make rent payments. I barely get to spend time with my parents because they're working all the time to pay rent. I begged you last year, and yet you gave an increase, hurting my family even more. Another increase will take my parents away longer hours, and I will have less time with them because they'll have to work longer hours, making me a latchkey kid. I don't want to be a latchkey kid. I want to be a normal child with my parents who will be too tired to spend time with me because you gave landlords more increases. Help save the children and allow working parents to be able to spend time with us. We deserve to grow up normal. Please, don't raise the rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 2 speakers will be Stephanie Alter and Redis Galvez.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Attar. I am a professor of economics at BMCC. So I live with my partner, who's an artist and a musician, and even with my partner, who I share rent with, I have to work 2 jobs just to survive and qualify for an apartment that is almost, that is within even an hour's worth of commute from my job. I have to work 2 jobs just to qualify for an apartment within an hour commute from my job. I'm an economist, so I can explain some important facts to you. Workers' wages have been stagnant since 1970s in this country, and with respect to the real minimum wage, they've fallen. We, the workers, create more and more profits every single year for huge corporations and give more and more of our money to landlords, even while our wages don't keep pace with the cost of living. Workers have been slammed in every which way as the cost of living continues to increase. Why are we even debating whether or not landlords deserve to be one of the only groups in society that don't have to experience what the rest of us do, which is namely stagnant wages for the labor that we offer to this economy? Rising rents are directly responsible for this city losing everything that makes it one of the best places on earth to live. If you look at the data, rising rents are directly correlated with less diversity, the loss of art and music scene, which is a tragedy because New York City is one of the most important cultural hubs of the world, higher rates of homelessness, higher rates of crime, even higher suicide rates. If people like me or my partner disappear from this city, which is what rising rents are doing, they're shoving people like us out, this city would literally lose everything that makes it special. But take a second to imagine what would happen if landlords disappear. Housing would become a human right. There would be a decrease in homelessness, crime, and desperation. There'd be a decrease in inequality and people stressed up to here because they're living paycheck to paychecks. At a time period of immense inequality, pushing forward higher rents would be unconscionable. You'd be destabilizing society. You'd be displacing people like me, a university professor who teaches our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, the microphone. Thank you. Redis Galvez. Thank you.
Soy libre como el viento. Mi nombre es Marisol Morales. Le voy a dar, vivo en el 1050 de Carol Place.
My name is Marisol Morales. I'm free as the wind. I live at 1050 Carol Place.
Realmente vivo en un edificio mediocre.
Honestly, I live in a mediocre building.
Donde nuestro landlord, a conciencia de ustedes que son dueños de vivienda propia, pagado por el sueldo que nos montamos a ustedes en esa silla, para que nos masacren.
Where our landlord, where you guys are actually helping him, you guys who are actually landlords as well, living off the money that we give you to massacre us.
Para que él contenga un libro, un portafolio de dueño de building. Él en la pandemia tenía 70. Después de la pandemia adquirió 10 edificios más.
After the pandemic, he acquired 10 buildings more.
Gente como ustedes que están sentados y incrementa la renta más.
People like you who are sitting down
no hacen daño a nosotros, los inquilinos. Donde vivimos sin calefacción, sin agua caliente, en conjunto con la rata que Adams iba a combatir. Estoy esperando los 80 gatos que iba a mandar.
Where you guys, where we're living in buildings where there is no heat, there's no hot water, together with the rats that were supposed to be killed by the cats that they were going to send.
Donde no llegan todavía los gatos.
The cats still haven't arrived.
No, ¿verdad? Porque Adam en la televisión salió famoso que iba a combatir la rata.
Because Adams became famous on TV saying that he was going to fight the rats.
Mientras que yo voy a trabajar
while I go to work
al Madison Avenue,
to Madison Avenue,
los edificios de los ricachones son baldeados a diario.
The buildings of the rich
Donde
are
el
sprayed
barredor
daily.
pasa a diario por hora barriendo la calle.
The street sweeper passes daily per hour sweeping the street.
Mientras el aumento de ustedes que nos incrementan y lo dan la estocada,
where the increase from you guys, where you increase and you
vivimos
stab us.
mediocremente. ¿Hasta cuándo?
We
Póngase
live
conciencia
in mediocrity until
de que
when?
ustedes están sentados ahí y ustedes tienen calefacción, agua caliente y tienen para combatir la rata que Adán todavía no lo ha hecho en los guetos.
But be conscious that while you're sitting there, you have heat, hot water, and you don't have the rats that Adam supposedly was going to combat.
Lamentablemente yo no puedo ir pedir ayuda porque según el estatus del gobierno dice, yo gano mucho.
Unfortunately, I can't ask for help because
No, ¿verdad?
supposedly the government says I make
Vamos
too
a
much.
decir las horas, pero el gobierno me masacra con los impuestos.
But the government massacres me with taxes.
De mi salario tengo que gastar $500
From my salary, I have to spend $500
semanal para guardar para la renta y mi gasto.
weekly.
Mas no me alcanza para ir al trabajo, no comer y no almorzar, mientras que ustedes se comen filete de miñón.
So it's not enough. I have to save $500 to pay for the rent and my expenses.
No
and
puedo
it's not
comer
enough.
huevos porque están a $10 a la docena.
I have to go. It's not enough for me to go to work, eat, or have lunch while you guys are eating filet mignon. I have to eat eggs because
Y
I can't even
otra,
eat
que
eggs.
ustedes ayudan a que no, espérese un momentito.
One moment.
Mientras que ustedes ayudan a landlord a que nos masacren en las cortes,
While you help the landlords massacre us in court.
aquí en Nueva York hasta el más criminal, el pedófilo,
Thank you for your
el
testimony.
terrorista, tiene derecho a un abogado. Pedimos abogado.
Here in New York, even the worst people,
Cuando
pedophiles
usted
and terrorists, get attorneys.
En
We ask
su
for an
cama,
attorney.
cada uno de ustedes
Thank you.
tomen conciencia que nosotros no podemos más.
While you guys are sleeping in your beds every night, be conscious of the fact that
Y
we
espero
can't
que no me
anymore.
arresten cuando tenga que pasarme la borda del tren
Thank you.
para ir a trabajar y pagarle a un
Thank you.
landlord
Many people who
huevón
need to
mi
speak.
renta.
And I
Thank
hope
you.
I don't get arrested when I have to jump the turnstile to be able to go to work and to pay the landlord my rent.
The cash can't afford to come here to fight the rent. That's the problem.
Hola, mi nombre es Mercedes Escoto.
Hello, my name is Mercedes Escoto.
Vivo en el área de High Bridge,
I live in the High Bridge area,
en un edificio deplorable.
in a deplorable building.
Allí no se arregla nada nunca.
They never fix anything there and never.
Por los últimos 15 años, renta estabilizada no nos arreglan nada en lo absoluto.
During the last 15 years with stabilized rent, absolutely nothing gets fixed.
Esperando que sigamos pagando la renta, aumento y todo lo demás que nos añaden.
Waiting for us to be able to pay the rent, the increases and everything else that they add.
Entonces yo quiero hacer una pregunta.
So I want to ask a question.
Supone que sean 9 las personas que estén sentados ahí del RGB.
There's supposed to be 9 people sitting there from RGB.
Yo veo 10.
I see
Conté
10.
10.
I counted 10.
Me gustaría saber la razón de por qué hay 10 en vez de 9.
I would like to know the reason why there's 10 instead of 9.
¿A quién añadieron? ¿A quién
Who
incorporaron?
did you add?
¿Y por qué?
And why?
Me gustaría que antes de que termine esto aquí, que nos dejaran saber, porque estamos a ciegas con eso, como en todo lo demás, que hace James Adams, estamos a ciegas con eso.
I would like to know, because we are basically blind, like everything else that Adams does, we have no idea about.
Y buscando en el internet encontré el significado que quiere decir Rent Control Board. ¿Por qué se creó el Rent Control Board?
And looking on the internet, I found what does it mean, Rent Control Board? Why was the Rent Control Board created?
Y según dice, lo encontré en inglés.
And according, I found it in English.
Fue creado para reforzar y administrar pólizas.
It was created to reinforce and administer policies.
Including límites de aumento de renta,
limits on the rent increases,
y permitir un nivel de renta,
and to allow a level of rent
que sea affordable para los tenants.
That is affordable for tenants.
Okay. Se supone que esa sea la razón de por qué fue creado el RGB.
That is supposed to be the reason why RGB was created.
Así es que está en el internet.
That's what it says on the internet.
Exacto. Y entonces el motivo que nosotros estamos aquí está indicando.
And so the reason that we're here is indicating
que el RGB no está haciendo su trabajo.
That RGB is not doing their job.
¿Y por qué no lo está haciendo?
And why isn't it doing it?
La disputa continúa por años.
The dispute has continued for years.
No estamos aquí por el gusto.
We're not here because we want to be.
Esto por aquí nos está enseñando.
This here is showing us
como que nosotros estamos siendo oprimidos.
Like we're being oppressed.
Como que somos esclavos.
Like we're slaves.
Esclavos de trabajo.
Work slaves.
No tenemos tiempo de ir a un cine.
We don't have time to go to the movie theater.
No tenemos tiempo para ir a un paseo.
We don't have time to go on a trip.
Porque tenemos 2 y 3 trabajos para poderle pagar al landlord esa renta que él aumenta todos los años.
Because we have 2 and 3 jobs to be able to pay the rent for the landlord that he increases every year.
Si ustedes van a hacer su trabajo, que se supone que sea esto, ayudarnos a arreglar esa disputa entre el landlord y el tenant.
If you were doing your job, which is supposed to be to help us fix the dispute between the landlord and the tenant,
háganlo, porque el que nosotros estemos aquí,
do it, because the fact that we're here
enseña que su trabajo ustedes no están haciendo ni a la mínima base de las razones de por qué deben estar ustedes ahí.
Shows that you're not doing even the minimum of what you're supposed to be doing.
Our next 3 speakers, thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, our next 3 speakers will be Reina Wang,
La próxima persona va a ser Reina Wang,
Pais, and Janine Sierra. Is Reina here? Is Reina, please come forward. We want to keep the order because we've had people pre-register. Excuse me, I'm sorry, our next speaker
Mi nombre es Valentín
Reina
López,
Wang.
soy miembro de casa.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, our next speaker will be Reina Wang. Thank you. Please, if you've registered, we have an order of speaking. Thank you very much. Thank you. We want to make sure that we hear from everyone. Thank you. Sorry, we did get a question. We have a staff member helping us just keep the queue and keep organized and keep the time. There are only the staff member? Yeah. There's one staff member who has joined us to help keep the process moving.
Señora, él no es miembro de la Junta, somos 9 y hay una persona que trabaja para la Junta. Él es un empleado y está sentado tomando notas. No es miembro de la Junta.
So he's not a member of the board, he's just with us today and he's helping us with the process.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, thank you. Reina, thank you.
Hi, my name is Reina Wang. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. So I have a question for all the tenants and workers in this room. Who here got a raise of 7% or more this year? I definitely didn't. And I'm lucky enough to be unionized, and so our union helped us negotiate a wage increase of 3%. So tell me, if you're proposing a rent increase of up to 7%, how are we supposed to pay our bills? If that's more than twice as much as my wages are increasing, Plus, we're in the middle of an inflation crisis that's causing skyrocketing prices of everything we need to survive: food, utilities, gas. Under this capitalist system of housing, tenants are told that it is our responsibility, for some reason, to bear the burden of inflation and rising rents while our wages stagnate. That it's our responsibility to take on a second, a third job, our responsibility to make increasingly difficult sacrifices, to spend less time with our family, to buy lower quality food, while landlords and corporations are making skyrocketing, record-breaking profits. Why is it our responsibility? And our government, including this undemocratically elected Rent Guidelines Board, will always defend the right of the rich to their profits over our right to survive. We cannot keep begging these politicians who are accepting financial incentives from the developers to care about us. We need to build a new system that puts our needs first. Housing is a human right, so it makes no sense that housing, which, by the way, we the workers build and maintain, should be allowed to be used as landlords as a vehicle for profit. First of all, the Rent Guidelines Board should be under the full control of tenants, and poor tenants should hold the majority. We need to place the burden of inflation and the housing crisis on corporations and landlords. We can start by taxing their profits and making them pay for affordable and public housing programs. We should call for the seizure of hoarded vacant properties to create permanent affordable housing, especially for the migrants seeking refuge in the city and the thousands of New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. New York City must continue to provide a right to shelter, and it must become an affordable, rent-controlled city where landlords are not allowed to charge more than 20% of our landlord's income. And to get there, we need to continue organizing with our neighbors. We need to build a citywide coalition of tenants pushing for real radical solutions to meet our housing needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bienvenida, país. Bienvenida, país. Okay. Janine, oh, is she coming? Thank you. If I could ask the translator. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is she all the way at the top? Yeah. I mean, we need to do a little better with like accessibility, I think.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bienvenida Paez, and I am a CASA member. I have lived with my daughter for the past 20 years in 3534 Bronx Boulevard. I have done charity work for 34 years with the government and other institutions. I am board certified, helping people in many areas. I need a rent freeze now. I can no longer work because of the negligence of the people that work for the landlord and all the medication I have to be taking every day. I walk with a rollator walker, a wheelchair. Now I am disabled, and so is my daughter. I am paying for more than 30% of my income in rent. I am being charged illegally for washing machine that I do not use and that I had before the landlord took over the building. My landlord owes me for rent deduction, and instead they dishonestly alter my account and charge me as if I owe them. I feel they retaliate against me for asking for help because they were not doing the repairs. For a very long time, I have experienced complete decrease in service in the apartment. Whenever I contacted the manager office to make a report about anything related to the repairs, the apartment, I was told to tell the super. I was given the runaround all the time. I will always call her to no avail. When I told her the repairs were needed, she told me she needed the okay from the office, which have told me to call her. Then she will tell me to call her back. When I will call her back, she often comes with papers for me to sign. Those papers will say that she has done the work or she has done the repairs, but the repair were never done.
Thank you.
I will sign the repair, and they never happened. For 4 years, I was left with 3 closed radiators. I developed multiple chronic skeletal issues due to the lack of heat and the darkness of the water falling from the ceiling throughout the apartment.
Thank you.
Due to the black mold that persists in my bedroom. I almost lost one eye, and I was told that I would need a corneal transplant in the future. I developed arthritis, osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, and 16 different other conditions, all because of the negligence of the lack of service. I also lost my dog because of the mold. When I can't sleep, I sleep very uncomfortable on a sofa in the living room during the day. I used to sometimes go and lie down on my bed, but then the floor of the apartment collapsed to the ceiling of the neighbor. My bed broke, all because of flow from the rusted radiator that for 4 years they never wanted to fix.
Thank you for your testimony.
I will not be able to pay a rent increase with my disability check. My insurance does not cover all my medications, and I have to pay for them. Sometimes I just buy them. If I get another increase, how could I afford to pay medication that I have to take?
Thank you.
And their negligence, all the necessity that we need. Finally, I need a rent rollback, or I need a rent freeze. My landlord does not deserve a rent increase.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. We have many people we need to hear from tonight. Thank you.
A lot of threats and broken promises to make repairs. My landlord said that she got a letter from Section 8 that I was moving. She laughed and said, "We are very happy I was moving." And I asked, they asked me that what was going to take for them.
We have many people we need to speak here from. Thank you.
What I want and how much. She said that I was causing them too much problem for asking for the repairs. They have no humanity. The landlord and the person that work for the landlord
Ma'am, we have
do
many
not
people we
need
need to hear from.
that
Thank
you
you.
increase my rent. She is a very rich woman, a millionaire. I have given reason enough why I want a rent rollback and a rent freeze. Rent rollback and a rent freeze.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
I think,
Thank you.
why?
Thank
Did
you.
you pick this place?
Ma'am, we
that
have many people we need to hear from, ma'am. Thank you.
There is no, how do you say,
Thank you.
capacity for me to go down and talk like everybody that down there.
Thank you.
This place is not good for us, for people with disability. A lot of my friends, they decide not to come because they can't make it down there.
Thank you.
They feel that they got no hurt. I think you have to do a change. And you can't give money to those people who have so much money. We don't have any money.
Thank you.
You can't do this
We
to
need to
us.
move on, ma'am. Thank you.
It's too much already.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's too high.
Thank you
The
for
rent
your
is too
testimony.
high.
We need to hear from, we have many
Everything
speakers
else is
this
high.
evening.
You
Thank
can't
you.
do this. It's too much.
Thank you.
Roll back.
Thank you.
Rent roll back. Rent
Thank you.
roll back. Rent roll back. Rent roll back. Rent roll back.
Thank you. Thank you. We have many speakers we would like to hear from tonight. Thank you. I'd like to recognize Janine Sierri. If we could get the microphone back down. If we could get the microphone back down, please.
Freeze the rent.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Sierra, please. Thank you. Please.
All the tenants here and the millions we represent and those who have already spoken have stated time and time again that their landlord has intentionally denied them repairs and services, gas, heat, hot water, extermination, everything. Our landlord denied and continues to deny us hot water and heat to this day, even after HPD took them to court, and it was ordered on March 22nd of this year that our hot water must be 120 degrees every day, all day. It has never been 120 degrees any day. And HPD is still coming out. We have been boiling pots of water for over a year. We had to boil over 10 pots of water at Thanksgiving and Christmas just to wash our dishes. My son is XYY autism and cannot, like many elderly and, as you saw, disabled people, bathe with a pot of hot water. So he screams taking a cold shower. The landlord is well aware that he is screaming every single time he takes a cold shower, but he has intentionally denied buying oil. If you were walking down the street and someone intentionally hurt a disabled person to the point that they were screaming in agony, would you hand them money? Sorry about that, You wouldn't hand them money. Well, that's what this board is doing. We pay for our own repairs, we boil our own water, which costs us money every month on our Con Ed bills, and you are giving them the money, the increase. Where is the logic in that? We pay for our repairs. We pay those hot oil prices ourselves. How can you give them an increase for that? How can you continue to allow them to hurt my son every day? Our refrigerator door has fallen off twice. If it falls off on him, he also has hemophilia. They've known. I've told them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. The logic doesn't make sense.
Thank you very much. Our next three speakers will be Marcos Sierra, Mercedes Escoto, and Chef Geneva Wilson. And if you've already spoken, thank you, and we'll
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcos Sierra, and I am a proud member of the Working Families Party, the Bronx chapter. I live in the Norwood section of the Bronx with my 4 daughters, my son, and my girlfriend. My pronouns are he, him. Let me be clear. We do not have a housing crisis. We have an affordability crisis. The national average of rent-to-income ratio is 30% nationally. However, residents of the Bronx, the lowest paid borough per capita, pay 50% of their income in rent. That is a usurious disparity, especially in a borough that trails egregiously in indicators that are considered the measures of a successful future, such as adequate and affordable housing, low unemployment, healthy food options, voter engagement and participation. The Bronx is the unfortunate leader in many areas that often reflect an adverse future for its residents. This discussion brings to mind the recent investments in our education system regarding socio-emotional learning and the disconnect between the system and the child. Most specifically, the poem, "Cause I Ain't Got No Pencil." I won't read the poem because of time constraints, but I encourage everyone in here, especially you on the Guidelines Board, to please read that poem. According to Maslow's theory of hierarchical needs, for any person to excel and have upward mobility, the solid foundation of safety and security must be met. If you allow these exorbitant rent increases to take effect, you are willfully and intentionally creating an obstacle preventing the success of working class families and working class people in the city of New York. In a system that is built with inherent obstacles for the advancement, especially in low-income and working class communities, this is the opportunity to change the narrative from special interest-centered politics to people-centered policies.
Thank you.
Let me just finish, please. I'm almost done. To people-centered policies, we have been hit hard by an unprecedented pandemic and economic and other challenges, the likes of which we have never seen before and that we are still recovering from. We, the working class residents of this amazing city, need as much support as possible to keep our families and communities together, because that is the only way we go farther. I'll close with this. I usually do a multi-year increase. A 5% increase will force me to decide whether I'm gonna pay my son's tuition for his school, or do I pay the rent and stay in my home. My son's education is very important to me, and my home is also important to me. So please give us and all New Yorkers the support that we need in ensuring a 0% increase. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson? We have Mercedes Escoto, I believe, has already testified. No, that's okay. Thank you. Chef Geneva Wilson? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chef Geneva Wilson. Okay. I had to reintroduce myself, right? The people's chef. How many jobs do I have? I'm a chef, community organizer, MWBE, okay? These are all the things that I do. Plus I'm a CERT member, okay? I'm with OEM. I'm out here for the community every day with the community, and I fight for everyone. But who is fighting for me? Where is it when I can't, with all these things that I do, I still gotta pull out my food stamp card. Don't play games with me. Still got a food stamp card and get Medicaid services. If they already had a rent increase, why are we giving it again? There's not people that's just laying around playing with their fingers. There's hardworking people out there. There's people out there going to school, getting it in, wanting to be a positive part of that community. How can you be that? My fear, what my biggest fear is when I wake up and I know I have to go to a school. I have to be at District 14, and I love it. I love what we do. I love helping, but every day, before I close my eyes, I gotta look at my rental agreement and I have to check my insurance, because the first thing that I see, dispossessed. I am not going to be the next homeless chef. I want to be the next successful chef. That's all I ask, is let me be, let me do, let me provide, and do everything my community asks for. Because nobody gave me a raise. I check that mailbox and I stop checking the mailbox because I see the same damn thing in there. There's no difference. I need you to please respect us. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now joined by New York City Council member Irina Sanchez. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Councilmember Irina Sanchez, and I represent Kingsbridge, Fordham, University Heights, Mount Eden, and Mount Hope and I also serve as the New York City Council's chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. And over the last 18 months that I have been in office, I have been emphasizing the housing and affordability crisis confronting our city, unequally impacting our most vulnerable residents, many of whom you are hearing from today. I first want to thank you, members of the RGB, for sitting here and listening and conducting this important hearing. My purpose today is to strongly urge you all to pass no increase this year. On May 2nd, over the protest of many tenant voices, this board voted to set a range of possible increases between 2% and 5% for one-year lease renewals and 4.4% to 7% for two-year renewals. Now, let's put this in context. The economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic, subsequent inflationary pressures, and increased cost of living have affected all New Yorkers, tenants and owners alike. But owners, let's talk about them for a second. Owners of rent-stabilized properties have continued to bring in profits, maybe slightly lower profits, but still profits. Tenants, on the other hand, they are not facing reduced profits. That's not their plight. They're facing housing instability, homelessness, broken social bonds. In my district, where I have the difficulty of representing the school districts with the highest number of little babies, children who live in temporary housing, who live in shelters, they're facing broken social bonds. They're facing multiple hour trips to get to school every morning at 8, 9, 10 years old. This is not a crisis that is affecting everyone equally. And I won't rehash the statistics. You've heard them here today. Maybe 1 or 2, 13% of renters missed at least one payment last year. 14% of rent-regulated tenants experienced an eviction attempt. An eviction attempt last year. What does that feel like on the ground? Make my job easier. Help me to stabilize my community. Help me to drive down crime in the real way. Rent Guidelines Board members, I know it's not easy necessarily sitting up there and listening to hours and hours. Thank you for doing that. But also, I'm going to be even more thankful if you do what you were created to do, which is to stabilize our communities, which is to protect tenants. Be true to the original intent of the Rent Guidelines Board. Freeze rents during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be City Council Member Stevens, or from Stevens' office. Althea Stevens, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, and I represent District 16 here in the Bronx. I'm not only a council member, but I'm a person who have and has had the same struggles of everyone in this room. The rent is too damn high. My daughter, who is a 23-year-old college student, currently lives in a rent-controlled apartment, and this proposed increase would devastate her and would actually make her homeless. The average household income in the Bronx is $43,726,000 per year. That is not enough even to survive the increase of groceries, healthcare, childcare, education, and daily necessities to keep a household running. Our city is undergoing a housing crisis, and this planned rent increase has no beneficial results for our community members. Housing is a basic human right, and we must provide security to our community members with a rent rollback. It saddens me each and every day on how many people come into my district office who are facing evictions and about to lose their home looking for assistance. Let me remind this board that it's your responsibility to protect the tenants. That is why you were created. I implore you not to just listen today, but actually take steps to protect our community. My colleague who was just here said it. We need real solutions that will really drive communities, that we know the solutions to. We know that we have high crime numbers in my district specifically. In District 16 and 14, we have the highest numbers of housing insecurities. I have the highest number of young people in temporary housing. And having rent increases will not help that. We are displacing families. We are creating a city that is a shelter city. Because if they cannot afford the rent, they will be in shelters. It is cheaper, and if you want to look at economics, it is cheaper to keep people in their homes. We understand that landlords are saying their profits they will have a problem with their profits, but they will be fine. I promise you. None of them will be homeless if you do not increase the rent. Not one developer or landlord will be homeless. So once again, I implore you not to just listen here today. I implore you to take action and lead with love and protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Letitia Webster, Juan Cantigua, and Simon Yale. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't plan on speaking before I came here, but, and I don't live in the Bronx, but I've been through this movie before in my neighborhood on the Upper West Side, and I've photographed for buildings that were on rent strikes in SROs above the Zabar's store, which was an SRO owned by the Zabar's, by Columbia University, and fighting, you know, the good fight for rent strikes, which can be legal, and people should go on, get an escrow account, go on rent strike, you know. And I photographed in the most appalling situations that people were living in. They were paying rent, and you know, their ceilings were falling down, their toilets didn't work, and those photographs helped to, in housing court, to, you know, rule in favor of the tenants. In the 1980s, a great tenant leader predicted that Manhattan would become the pleasure dome of the rich. And that's happened. All the SROs are gone. My building used to be 100% rent stabilized and rent controlled. It is now, you know, there are just a handful of us old people left there hanging on. And the rest of it is fair market. Whoever invented that word is crazy, because families are moving in, they move in, they stay a year, they're offered a one-year lease, and their rent goes up $500. Three working families in my building have had to move from the city.
Thank you.
In a recent study, 182 cities were looked at in the United States for affordability for college graduates. New York was number 182. We're not going to have young people. Rich people are going to have to use robots to shine their shoes. I don't know what you're thinking, but you can't do this.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Juan Cantigua here? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Juan Antigua. I'm going to keep this. Thanks. Can we stop the clock? Thanks.
Please, thank you.
So I'm going to keep this simple. I'm not here to complain about my landlords. I don't have any problems with that. But a lot of us have the same issues. And I'm here to talk about the real problem, which is why I'm here. New York City has a serious homeless problem. And in New York City, it is a lot easier to end up homeless than it is to get an apartment. And that's something people don't talk about. You know, we glorify the city and all the good things about it, but it's incredibly difficult for us. Most of us are a paycheck and a cup of coffee away from being homeless. That's a fact. Now, I don't know what can be done to fix this problem. You know, there's a lot of brilliant people out there that can come together and figure this out. But increasing the rent on us and our communities is not gonna do it. It's not gonna solve it. It's gonna put more people in homeless shelters, get more people evicted, cause more problems, take funding from 1,000 other programs to patch these little problems up, and make it worse for everybody. So something to consider, and this is somebody, it might be beyond you guys, might be, you know, our mayor, Eric Adams, this is for you. We gotta start considering finding funding for landlords to better their apartments, to better their environments. Maybe they have thousands of apartments that are empty, unhousable, unused, and millions of homeless people in New York City. We could find ways to solve this problem without hurting our communities, because I promise you, increasing the rent on regular people is not gonna do it. It is not gonna do it. It is not this year, not next year. You can increase it by 5, 10%, doesn't matter. The problem is, we have a lot of struggling people in this city, and we have a lot of apartments that aren't up to par, and we have to find a way to fix that issue, where it's not costing the people this money. The city has to step in at this point. And I'm not, you know, I don't know anything about politics, I don't know anything about economics, but if the city steps in and finds a way to find funding for people to better their apartments and their buildings, we won't have these problems. They won't be complaining about getting rent increases because everybody will be taken care of.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Eric Adams, get stuff done, man.
Thank you. So after Simon Yale, our next speakers will be Michaela Kay, and then Corinne Mongo Golden, and then Vivian Carter. Is Simon here? Simon Yale? No, okay. Michaela Kay. Is Michaela Kay here? Thank you. And I would just remind everyone that we have a large number of people we want to be able to hear from everyone, so if people could please try to keep your time to 2 minutes, we'd very much appreciate it. If we could ask the translator, could we ask the translator to repeat that?
Por favor, señores, queremos escuchar de todo el mundo que está aquí presente, entonces trata de asegurarse cumplir con el periodo de tiempo de 2 minutos cuando esté hablando. Muchas gracias.
Many, many thanks. Please, Ms. Kay.
They don't comply with that our time, so why do we need to comply with that time?
Thank you. Ms. Kay, please. Thank you.
I still have 2 minutes, FYI. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm also a rent-stabilized tenant who's lived in some form of subsidized housing for most of the time I've lived in New York. I'm here today because last year, during one of the worst housing affordability crises our city has seen, this unelected panel, who's probably never experienced the fear of a late rent bill in your lives, decided to raise rent guidelines by the highest we've ever been in, it's ever been experienced in our city's history, you know. Why? According to the RGB, this was to address, I believe you said, the needs of both tenants and landlords. Well, I have something to share. As a rent-stabilized tenant, I already struggle to make my very high rent every month, and my management company, Bronstein Management, not sure if you're here, couldn't wait to take advantage of the rent increase as soon as possible. $26 extra for anyone who wants to do the math. When I told them I couldn't afford this because I was already struggling and asked could we work something out, they simply said, not possible. That would be really hard for us. But thanks to sites like justfix.org, who owns what I recommend, I know that my family-owned management company, they call themselves, owns 122 buildings across the city. Now, does it sound like they're hurting for my $26 a month? No, right? Do you think a company that's managing well over 6,800 apartments is addressing the needs and safety of each tenant as the RGB suggests? No, right? Because according to HPD, they've had over 17,000 housing complaints since managing. And the building with the most open violations has seen the most deregulated stabilized units with 59 in less than 10 years, which is criminal. I think if the RGB really cared about tenants' needs, that our right to affordable housing will be guaranteed instead of us having to bargain for it year after year. And the RGB and the city both would make sure landlords with complaints were held accountable instead of profiting off of our communities or forced to live in these dangerous conditions. So, you know what we need? Yes, we need a rollback. Yes, we need a freeze. But we really need a truly democratic body for the tenants, by the tenants. So this doesn't keep on happening.
Thank you.
We shouldn't have to plead our case year after year to a panel who's just going to turn a deaf ear, then vote for landlords, because this is who they are. They are the landlords, right?
Thank you for your testimony.
By ourselves, we feel really powerless in these situations, but together as tenants, we are powerful, and we can make a change in this city, right? Are y'all ready for a change?
Thank you for your testimony.
I'm ready for a change.
Thank you.
I've seen changes in other cities. We can make a change in New York City. Because the tenants, united,
thank you for your
will
testimony.
never be defeated. The tenants, united, will never be defeated. The tenants, united, will never be defeated. The tenants, united.
Thank you.
United, never be defeated.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'd like to hear from our witness, please.
In America, in the immigration, my name is Corinne Obongo Golden. But I was renamed by 124 East, 176 LLC by the manager. My new name in the Bronx is Monkey Go Back to the Jungle, African Nigger Beach. Because I start to organize my building and I ask decent condition. But I guess as a monkey, originally from Africa and from the Congo, I can tell you in the jungle, the animal live for free. Here I pay rent. So my jungle is very expensive for me. So anyway, as an educated monkey, I will say to you today that I'm here to represent the ones that are unfranchised like me. From this masquerade, dell'arte comedy, fake hearing board, that is with a vampiric agenda. Years after year, even during the pandemic, you continuously refuse to listen to the voice of the tenant, always finding way with process and protocol to advance Dracula propaganda. Definition of a bad landlord who harass, bullied, and oppress his tenant with his best tool, without accountability whatsoever. Because in June, guess what? Reward is coming, increase of rent. Poor landlord, poor corporate, poor LLC with tax cut, federal fund, Freddie May, and so forth. bank bailout, multiple programs like ERAP during the pandemic. But for the tenants, surprise, rent increase.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
No, it's not finished. You're going to let me finish. Regulation of the rent is coming. Tenants right with it. I will always enjoy the disparition of this marketing board, Dracula board. It will be televised. And remember, I said it. It will be the end of a vampiric monopoly. Power to the tenant, power to the working class against the vampire system that you represent.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Vivian Carter, and I've been a resident of New York for 44 years, presently working on outreach for a contract to New York City Sanitation, a job I consider an interesting and worthwhile retirement job. A rent-stabilized apartment enabled me to complete law school in New York City in the 1980s and serve in lower-paid government jobs while I trained to be a lawyer. And I also saved to buy a home where I raised 2 children in Queens. And as a result of divorce, unfortunately, I was the partner who had to rent again. So for the past 14 years, I have been renting usually around $1,000 to $1,200 a month in the outer boroughs. In 2016, while working for the New York City Council, I rented an apartment in Riverdale from my current landlord, Samaru Associates, LLC of Rockland County, who owns about 6 buildings in the Bronx and Inwood. The building is 12 units, almost 100 years old. But I like the pre-war charm and large trees on the property, so I put up with the drafty windows and lack of insulation, which the landlord could easily have fixed with grant money, as I later learned, and never has. I have been paying $1,600 for rent, which seemed a bit high, but manageable at the time when I was working as a grant writer before the pandemic. Afterwards, my income declined, and I was paying over 50% of my after-tax income on rent, like many Bronxites. Okay, so in the 6 years I have lived in this apartment, I noticed several tenants leaving. Their apartments were not rented. The landlord was asking over $2,000 for the apartments, though the heat's unreliable, and there are many unaddressed repair issues. There are now 7 tenants and 5 vacant apartments. The landlord recently said my rent would be going up to $2,200 a month. After I pay my taxes, utilities, and rent, that would leave me with a couple hundred a month for food, transportation, health care, and other essentials. I tried to request my rent history and found out the building was not registered, although there are 2 clearly rent-stabilized leases for tenants in the building, not myself, and they had been living there a long time. So I filed a rent overcharge case with DHCR. It's a 6-year backlog to have it heard.
Thank you for your testimony.
I may die before that is heard. I just wanted to say that, in my opinion, I am now paying rent at the risk of eviction under protest because I refuse to pay $2,200. And it's a shame that greed is destroying so many things in New York City. There's warehousing, there's short-term rentals like Airbnb, and there's privatization of Mitchell-Lama co-ops. And these are all the reasons that my son left New York City and moved to Denver, and I have 1 child left here in the city. So it's very unfortunate that we can't stay.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Elizabeth Thompson, Jeannie Dubnow, and Robert Gums. Is Elizabeth here? Is Elizabeth Thompson here? She's coming down. Is Elizabeth Thompson here? Please join us. Thank you. And if Jeannie, you could join us next, and then Robert Gums, if you could join us. We have a large number of folks to get through, and we want to hear from everyone, so thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Thompson. They call me Miss Liz in Kingsbridge Heights. I've been in that building 40 years. And when I moved in, nobody told them they was fighting the landlord. We went on plenty rent strike. And things that when I moved in, we had the laundry, we had 2 doors in the front, they're gone. He promised, Krasniki promised that he was going to put it back and did not put those things back. Cold water all the time. If I know how to take a cold water shower, it would be great, but I like hot water. It is ridiculous that y'all let these people do it to us. They're getting the COVID money. We didn't get any, and if we got it, we had to pay back money. This man is something else. He is the slumlord. He was #1 slumlord, and they move him to the 4th, but he is a slumlord. He's constantly taking our money and buying new buildings, and that's not right. Y'all need to stop giving these people and let them get over us. We've been keeping things together as taxpayer. I work for North Central, and I know I pay tax. And it's ridiculous that y'all sit there and let them get by. They get money. They get money all the time. That is it K51? They put in for all those loans, and they don't give us excuse my French, a damn thing. They repairs, forget it. The judge says, do the repairs. It took him 2 years to do the repairs, and I had to borrow $10,000. And he still haven't did the up-to-date repairs. The building is shrinking. Y'all excuse me, I get too excited. It really is shrinking, and it's leaning. Rats. We had 2 incinerators. We only have 1 now. We have 82 tenants.
Thank you for
and we need help.
I'm
coming back, and I'm going to raise my voice again. I have to make sure I take a picture of y'all. I know I've seen y'all before.
Thank you.
I'm too old for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jeannie Dubnow. I'm not from the Bronx. I'm from Washington Heights, right across the river. I'm from an organization called RENA, Riverside Edgecombe Neighborhood Association. I have some things to say to you. Mayor Adams is a landlord. And he loves real estate. That's why hedge funds, owners, and billionaires donated millions for his election. That's why he stacks the Rent Guidelines Board against tenants. He's paying back the owners for their support. Here are the RGB members he has chosen. R.P. Gupta teaches finance at NYU. He said he's a little skeptical of rent control, which he says is a one-time transfer of equity from landlords to current tenants. Gee, I hope the tenants aren't getting too rich. Poor landlords. Christina Smith, Esquire, landlord's lawyer, bought and paid for. Enough said. And the appointment of Nestor Davidson and Doug Apple was met with jubilation by landlord groups and the landlord media. They were happy. Landlords and the mayor point to rising costs for building maintenance as if tenants were not faced with rising costs. What about profits? Okay, let's not look at costs, let's look at profits. Landlord profits averaged an astounding 37.8% of every rent dollar in the most recent year. Never satisfied, the real estate industry thinks the job of the RGB is to keep their bloated profits.
Thank you.
But the rent
Thank you for your
stabilization
testimony.
law was enacted to protect the public from unregulated profits.
Thank
There's
you.
a serious public emergency.
Thank you for your testimony.
As a tenant
Thank you.
organizer, every week I meet tenants who simply can no longer pay their rent. They're hardworking folks or retired seniors who are desperate to remain in their homes.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
So any landlord who can show that their profits are less than 5% can get a rent increase, but they never ask for it because they have to open
thank you
their
for your
books.
testimony. Thank you.
That crooks.
Thank
Okay, that's it. RGB.
Thank you.
I would like you to find a 2-bedroom apartment in northern Manhattan for what a family of 4 could afford. Median
Thank you.
household income $55,000. How much can such a family afford? A third of their income would be $1,529. Show me where you find that. A 2-bedroom for $1,529.
Thank you for your testimony.
You can't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Freeze the rents. Freeze,
Thank you for
roll
your
back.
testimony.
Rent roll back. Rent
Thank you.
roll back.
Thank you. Robert Gumbs. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gumbs. Thank you. Thank you. Please, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gumbs.
Good evening. My name is Robert Gumbs. I am a native New Yorker, first from Harlem, now in the Bronx. I am also a naval veteran, disabled, combat naval veteran, and I tell you quite frankly, I have never been so ashamed of my country as I have been since returning from the last that I participated in. Now, what really angers me, and I don't really mean to get into personalities, but you know as well as I do that this whole exercise, this whole evolution, this whole morality play is pure bullshit, okay? You get a certain stipend or whatever it is, come here, right? Let the savages yell and scream at you, and then at the end of the day, you pick up a nice check or some favors, right, for future use, and that's it. Nothing changes. How in the name of common sense and humanity can anybody speak about the poor, oppressed landlords? You sound more like Donald Trump than people who are dedicated to trying to help tenants in this city. See, I understand what this is all about. I understand the game that's being played. Nothing is going to be accomplished out of this, not a damn thing. And I think it's a disgrace. What I appeal to these folks here, and when they get around their friends and neighbors, Start holding your elected officials
Thank you.
accountable.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
That's what needs to happen.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you for your
Not
testimony.
coming here
Thank you.
yelling at these clowns.
Thank you.
You will achieve nothing with that.
Thank
but
you.
if your elected official is
Thank you
if
for
he
your
wasn't
testimony.
or she wasn't here tonight,
Thank you.
don't vote for them.
Thank you.
It's just that simple. Vote for the people whose interests
Thank you.
are with your interest.
Thank you.
And I am proud to be a member of CASA, one of the only groups in this damn city that I have seen since I have come back from the wars that is about doing the goddamn thing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Vote! Don't just yell at them. Vote!
Thank you.
Y'all take care.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to now welcome Bronx Borough President Vanessa Gibson. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Buenos noches. Thank you so much to the members of the Rent Guidelines Board for convening this important hearing tonight in the South Bronx regarding the proposed rent hikes that the board is considering. Access to safe, quality, and affordable housing is a fundamental right. The rent stabilization system is one of the cornerstones of affordable housing in our city. It is proven to be truly a lifeline for hardworking, middle class, and fixed income families. Over the past year, we have faced multiple challenges relating to housing New Yorkers and helping them stay in their homes. With the end of the COVID-19 era, we have seen the resumption of evictions in housing court. That ain't right. As one of the sponsors of the city's historic right to counsel legislation, I know the devastation that families experience every day when they are facing eviction. This law has enabled thousands of residents and families to stay in their homes, and I will always stand up for right to counsel to make sure it works, that it's fully implemented and fully funded. The current system that we have with asylum seekers coming into our city has put added pressure on our shelter system. As our city works to get migrants into permanent housing, we must remain cognizant of the impacts that this will have on our overall housing stock. The overwhelming growth of our shelter population and the need for real and deeply affordable housing is at an all-time high. This is a crisis and a call to action, and we cannot continue to ignore this issue. Inflation has also increased the financial stress faced by nearly all families in the Bronx and our city. The board must take this into account, the financial pressures facing our families as you consider this proposal. The potential 2 to 5% increase in rents for 1-year leases and 4 to 7% increase in 2-year leases would be devastating for residents during this crisis. Let us remember, last year's increases was the largest in a decade. And this increase this year would prove to be untenable for many of our at-risk tenants, many of whom are rent burdened today. I urge the RGB to protect our vulnerable New Yorkers, hardworking seniors, hardworking families by rejecting these proposed rent increases. Increasing rents by these levels would simply force tenants out of their homes, being evicted in the shelter system, homeless with no roof over their head. At this critical time, RGB, we cannot and should not support any rent increase that will punish our tenants and have lasting consequences on our city. I hope you will consider what this rent increase will do for New Yorkers, but certainly for all of the residents of this great county of the Bronx. We ask you to reject the proposal. Thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next three speakers, just to make two quick announcements. First, the registration desk outside will close at 8 p.m. Sorry, the registration desk will close at 8 p.m.
El escritorio allá afuera para registrarse o inscribirse para poder hablar. Terminamos a las 8 de la noche para poder inscribirse.
Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. Disculpe. Si quisieran hablar, ustedes tienen hasta las 8 de la noche para inscribirse en el escritorio que está allá afuera, en la mesa de afuera.
Thank you. And we're going to hear from three more speakers now, and then we're going to take just a very brief break, and we'll be back.
Vamos a escuchar.
We need to give our interpreters a break.
Disculpe, 3 personas van a hablar ahora y después vamos a tomar un descanso.
Our next three speakers, thank you very much. Our next three speakers will be not one more block, Marisol Morales and Jocelyn Gomez. Thank you. Is this actually a person? Is there somebody who signed in as not one more block? Okay. Marisol? Thank you. Ms. Morales. Yes, thank you. Ms. Morales. Sorry. Is this the gentleman who identified as not one block more?
They're telling me Ms. Morales already spoke.
Okay, thank you.
¿Cuál es su nombre, señora? Jocelyn Gomez. This is Jocelyn Gomez.
Okay. And sorry, is this the gentleman who identified as not one more block? Okay. Why don't we hear from you, and then we'll because that's the order we have. Please.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Jocelyn Gómez.
I'm Jocelyn Gomez.
Soy líder de casa.
I'm a casa leader.
No sabemos quiénes son los representantes de los inquilinos en esta noche, porque las caras que están ahí no es como para ayudar a los inquilinos. Qué pena.
We don't know who exactly is here to help out the tenants because all the people, the faces on the board on the stage over here, it doesn't look like you're really willing to help us. That's really sad.
Por lo menos en los años pasados teníamos una representante del Bronx y estaba siempre pendiente a qué inquilino iba a hablar y soportar a sus inquilinos.
At least in the previous years, we had someone that was actually part of our community, someone from the Bronx, that was actually here supporting, who knew the order that the tenants were going to speak and who was actually out here supporting the tenants.
Esperamos que ustedes nos representen al alcalde de Nueva York, sino que en verdad vengan aquí a representar a nosotros.
And waiting for you guys to actually represent us, no, it's like you're representing just the mayor because you're definitely not representing us.
No vengo a dar detalles de estadística, de cuánto gana Orlando. Yo tengo mi renta frisada, señores.
We don't really need to be here to listen to like statistics or like, you know, if rent is the value of things. Like, no, we're here for business.
Yo vine en esta noche a hablar con ustedes, con los inquilinos del Bronx. No paguen un centavo más de incremento de la renta. Vamos a hacer una huelga y que nos saquen de los apartamentos. No paguen un centavo más. Aunque ellos aumenten la renta, vamos a pagar la renta que estamos pagando ahora.
Okay.
No más, un chere más para ellos ni para los dueños de edificios.
I came here tonight to speak to you and to speak to all the tenants over here in the Bronx because we're not going to pay one more dime in an increase of rent. You should be ashamed. The rent has to go down. No one here is going to pay one more dime of rent. We should all go on a rent strike.
Aumenten la renta. Aumenten la renta. Lo que ustedes quieren, aumentenla. Que el otro año van a venir aquí a aumentar otra vez. Pero señores, nosotros los tenants del Bronx no aguantamos más. Esto se acabó. Que el RGB no venga más al Bronx. Que se queden por allá. Que los cuartos que se ganan, que se los ahorre el Estado o la ciudad para que nos ayuden a nosotros a pagar renta.
You can't come here and increase our rent because we're not gonna pay you one more dime. We don't know what you guys do with your money, but we know what we do with ours. And we're not gonna pay it more. All the tenants over here, we're all gonna go on strike because we're not giving you one more dime. This is our money.
Entonces, señores, yo estaba leyendo a todos ustedes. Estaba leyendo, señores, no paguemos un centavo más de renta. Que lo pague Manhattan, que lo paguen otros inquilinos, pero los del Bronx no van a pagar un centavo más de renta. Eso se lo prometemos a ustedes. Aquí al Bronx no vengan más a subir renta, que eso se acabó aquí.
Thank you.
We're not paying one more dime of rent. I don't care if you increase it. We're not going to pay it. We work too hard, and we're not going to give you more money in rent. The tenants over here in the Bronx, we're not doing that. Go take that somewhere else. We're not giving you one more dime.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Hey, Rick! Peace, y'all. I'm going to talk to my peoples over here first, because y'all ain't really relevant, but okay. This is what oppression looks like. This board. This is what white supremacy looks like. This board. This is what colonization looks like. This board. They are our oppressors, and we must defeat them. They do not belong here. No, for you. The Rent Guidelines Board is an illegitimate body. That's y'all. It is an oppressive board controlled by landlords to crush people's dreams of living an easeful life. The fact is, property rights cannot exist on stolen land, especially in a country founded on indigenous genocide and black slavery. Being a landlord is not a job. It is power over others. Do they really think that they are a lord of the land? Are we in feudal times? Do we not have rights that should guarantee us food, water, clothing, and yes, shelter? The median household income in the Bronx is $43,726, according to census data in 2021. How are you expecting anyone to pay if there is a rent increase? How are you expecting anyone to not be evicted if there is a rent increase when apartments are going for outrageous sums of money? The cruelty is the point. The control is the point. The fascism is the point. I give a declaration tonight. That the Rent Guidelines Board is illegitimate, undemocratic, is a project to continue white settler colonization, and should be dismantled immediately.
Thank you.
Power to the people.
Thank you. All right, we will return shortly. Thank you. We are going to take a brief break. We need to give our translators a break.
En este momento vamos a tomar un descanso para permitirle a los intérpretes un momento de descanso.
Thank you. We'll
Muchas
be back.
gracias.
Thank you.
Tuesday, we've got 2 graduations. Tuesday next week, so we got the game that's for us, and then the following week it's just graduation day. And then the week after that. Yeah, not so bad. Only got like 10 or 11 this year. Feels like it. Yeah. I mean, it's good to be busy, but there's lots given, not a lot of that, not much that. Oh yeah. I mean, like I'm used to that. That's kind of like what this lifestyle is, but still, like to do it every day. Like, a lot of times, like I'll work, before coming to
we have everyone? Okay. All right. Yeah, the mic's on. Are the translators ready? Thank you. Thank you. So, just a quick announcement. If our translators are ready, great. I'm going to continue to call in groups of 3. If you could please come up and be prepared to testify. We want to make sure we can hear everyone tonight.
Vamos a seguir llamando a todos los presentes en grupos de 3. Por favor, sigan adelante. Queremos asegurarnos de que todo el mundo tenga la oportunidad de brindar testimonio esta noche.
And one more reminder, registration closes at 8 p.m., so 10 more minutes.
Un último recordatorio, les recordamos que si desea declarar, tiene hasta las 8 en punto, o sea, 10 minutos para inscribirse en la mesa de inscripción que está afuera en el vestíbulo.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Our next 3 speakers will be Ana Galvez, Makita Byfield, and Valentin Lopez. Valentin, excuse me. Valentin. So Ana Galvez, is Ana here? Ms. Galvez? Okay.
Ana Galvez, señora.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Ana Galvez.
Good evening, my name is Ana Galvez.
Soy líder de casa.
I am a casa leader.
Vivo en el 295 de la 149.
I live at 295 149th Street.
Déjenme decirles
Let me tell you
que yo vivo en carne propia
that I live this in
lo
the
que
flesh.
está sucediendo allá afuera con los inquilinos.
What's happening to everyone out there with the tenants.
Yo les pregunto,
And I ask you,
¿ustedes quieren subirnos el alquiler?
you want to increase our rent?
¿Y ustedes nos han preguntado acaso a nosotros si nos han subido los sueldos
Have
y
you
los
asked
salarios
us if our
en los
salaries
empleos?
have gone up? Have you asked us if our salaries have gone up?
Y si lo hacen, es $1 que nos suben,
And if
señores.
they do that, it's an increase of $1, ladies and gentlemen.
Hagan su cuenta cuánto quieren subir ustedes de alquiler.
And please, go ahead and tell us how much it is that you want to raise our
¿Acaso a
rent.
sus empleados ustedes les han subido su sueldo?
Have you increased your employees' salaries?
No vengan aquí a sentarse y a poner sus caras largas de que no se entienden.
Please don't sit here and show us these long faces pretending that you understand us. You don't understand anything that we're going through.
Ustedes nos quieren desalojar.
Do you want to evict us?
¿Han visto los refugios cómo están de llenos?
Have you seen how all the shelters are?
¿Acaso me van a abrir las puertas de sus hogares?
Are you going to open your doors to
Porque
me?
si es así, yo me salgo de
Because if
una
that's the
vez.
case, I'll do it right now.
¿Quién de ustedes me va a dar al ojo en su hogar?
Will you house me in your homes?
¿Quién?
Who? Who'll do it?
Entonces no vengan aquí a decirnos que nos
So
entienden.
please don't come here and tell us you understand
Pónganse
us.
nuestros zapatos.
Put yourself in our shoes.
Mírame cómo
Look,
tengo mis
look at how
zapatos.
my shoes, look at my shoes.
Porque ni para eso me alcanza.
I can't even make enough to buy new shoes.
Hoy en día no es justo
Today,
que
it's
tenga
not
que
fair
dividirme entre comida,
that I have to
vestimenta y
decide
alquiler.
between
Y
groceries
sí,
and the
no
rent.
he pagado mi
And
alquiler.
yes, I have not
Y
paid
no
my
es
rent.
porque yo no
And
quiera,
it's not because I
señores,
don't want to, ladies and
sino
gentlemen,
porque no me
but because I
alcanza.
don't have enough.
Casa
Casa
a promover que el Bronx
Will
no va a
promote
pagar
that the
un
Bronx
centavo
not pay
más de
one
aumento.
more cent of
Un
rent.
centavo más.
Not one more cent.
No más aumentos de
No
alquiler.
more rent increases.
No más
No
aumento.
more rent increases.
No más aumento.
No more rent increases.
No más aumento.
No more rent
No
increases.
más aumento.
No more rent increases.
Díganselo a su alcalde. No más aumento.
No more rent increases. You can tell the mayor that.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mi nombre es Valentín López.
My name is Valentin Lopez.
Estoy aquí, soy miembro de casa.
I'm also a CASA member.
Estamos luchando por una causa porque nos están subiendo demasiado la
We're
renta.
fighting for a
Nosotros los
cause
inquilinos
because our rents are
no
increasing.
podemos con el
We
subsidio
can
que
no
nos llevan de la
longer
renta.
deal with this
Yo mismo estoy al
suicide.
borde de salir para la calle.
Even
y
I'm at
tengo
the
mi
point,
niño,
at
mire,
the
ahí
brink
ando
of
con
being
uno
on the
chiquito
street.
de 6 años.
I have a
Porque los
6-year-old here
recursos
with
que
me.
me dan a mí no me
Because
alcanzan.
of course the resources
Estoy
they get are not
deshabilitado.
enough. I'm
No
disabled.
sé si mañana
I don't know if
andé
tomorrow
en la calle o por los
the
parques
mayor-
rodando. También tengo para decirle que los chetes están
I
llenos.
also want to say that the
Porque
shelters are full
la ciudad está al borde.
because the city is at its brink.
El alcalde se ha olvidado
The mayor
de
has
nosotros los
forgotten
inquilinos,
about us,
de lo que estamos aquí
the
en la
tenants,
ciudad,
those
que
of
nos
us that live
matamos
here in the
sudando,
city, those of
trabajando
us
para
that work
subir la
hard
ciudad.
every single day to build the
Los que
city.
vienen de fuera
Those that come
no
from
son
the
culpables
outside
de que
are
lleguen.
of course not culpable of
Solamente
that.
hay que darle ayuda,
But
pero
we
se
have to
olvidó
help
de los
them.
pobres que
But
estamos
he has
aquí,
forgotten
que
the
somos
poor that
masacrados
already
por
live
el
here,
pueblo.
who have been massacred
Entonces
here.
para ellos hay
So,
ayuda, para
we
nosotros no
have
hay
help for
ayuda.
them, but we don't have
Hay
any
que
help.
ser conscientes.
You have to be
Y
conscious
ustedes,
and aware.
los propietarios de casa, están acabando con el pueblo,
Homeowners
con los inquilinos.
are
Donde yo vivo, eso está
killing
lleno de
us.
ratas y cucarachas.
These homes are
Una noche
filled
estaba
with
acostado con la
roaches,
familia, a mí me
with
pasó una
rats.
rata por
One
encima y
night,
fue
I
Dios
remember
que fue
a rat
a
went
mí que
over
me
me,
pasó por
and I
encima y
was
no
in
a mi
bed.
niño.
And thank God the rat
Que
didn't
nadie
do
sabe lo
anything
que
to
me ha
my son.
sucedido. Yo me canso de echar
I'm so
veneno de la
tired
cucaracha.
of fumigating
No vale cucaracha, no
roaches.
vale ratones.
It doesn't matter
Esos
what we
dos
do,
llenos
there
de
are
plagas.
rats
Tengo
and
un hueco en
mice and
en la
vermin everywhere.
cocina hace
There are
2
holes
años y
everywhere.
pico.
It's been 2 years
Y el
now that
super
I've
ni
been doing
siquiera
this.
se atreve y se lo ha dicho 2 o 3 veces y ni lo tapa el hueco.
We told the super this
Llamé a la
several
ciudad
times.
311
I called
que dan de día ya y
311.
todavía no han ido.
And they haven't
Me
come.
fueron a cambiar cantidad de fregadero solamente.
They only came to make one
Una alarma de
single
fuego
repair
tuve yo que
in the
ponerla.
kitchen sink.
Ayer fueron
There
a
was an
poner
issue
otra.
with the alarm,
Porque duré
the fire
2
alarm,
años y
and
pico
yesterday they
diciéndole al
replaced one
super
because
que
I've been
cambiara la
telling the
alarma de
super
fuego.
for 2.5
Tampoco la puso,
years to
tuve yo que
replace the
ponerla de mi
alarm.
bolsillo. El baño me lo hicieron una llanta.
The bathroom, they did
Está
a
liqueando
shoddy
del
job.
techo de rufo. Es
There's
demasiado
water
abuso
coming
que
into
hay
the
con
roof.
nosotros
It's
los
just too
inquilinos.
much abuse.
No tienen
with us.
conciencia.
They're
Tienen el
not aware
corazón
of
más
this.
duro
They
que
have
una
no
piedra.
conscience.
Debe de venir una pandemia más
We
fuerte
should have
que
a
la que
stronger
hubo para que
pandemic
acabe
to
con
come
todos esos
and do
ladrones
away with all
y
of
todos
those
esos
thieves
delincuentes que hay
and
aquí,
all of those
acabando con
delinquents
los
that are
más
doing
ricos, que
away
son los
with
que
the
no
rich in
tienen
the
abajo
city.
pisoteado.
Thank you.
No tienen
They
conciencia.
have no conscience.
Mira, ¿usted sabe lo que
Thank
es eso?
You know what it is?
Mira, ahora mismo la
Listen,
ciudad está que
right
no
now,
se sabe, no
the
se pueden
city,
andar
as
con
you
los
know,
niños ni los viejos en la calle porque los
we have
delincuentes quieren
older
matar a los
people,
viejos,
children
a
on the
nuestros
street, because, of
viejos.
course,
Y
the
la
elderly want to be
policía, los
killed
delincuentes no
by
respetan a la
these
policía.
delinquents.
El
They don't
alcalde
even
tiene que
respect the
ponerse los
police.
pantalones
So
bien
someone's
puestos.
going to have to put
Y
their
si él no
pants on
sirve
and do
para ser
something.
alcalde, que
If
le
he
dé ese
can't be a
cargo a
mayor,
otro.
then he should
Nosotros
give that
subimos
job
el
to someone
alcalde ahí
else.
fue para
Thank you.
protegernos.
He was
No
put
fue
in that job to
para
protect us,
coger dinero.
not to make more
La
money.
pobre policía, la misma
Thank you.
policía que
The
nos protege
police
a
that
nosotros, usted ve
protect
que nos
us
matan en los
are the
carros,
ones that kill
haciendo
every one of these
servicio para
cars.
cuidarnos nosotros la ciudad. Y eso no se fija el
And this is
alcalde.
not
El alcalde
something
tiene
that
los
the mayor is
pantalones
paying
demasiado
attention
bajitos.
to.
Tiene que
He's not wearing
apretarse bien
his
los
pants on the way
pantalones.
he
Eso
should.
da pena.
Thank
It's
you.
embarrassing.
Thank you for your
It's sad
testimony. Thank you. Thank you.
that we have no
Thank
one
you.
here to protect us.
Anden con
Thank you.
miedo ellos también en la calle.
They've
porque
done it
cuando
with me
entregan
and
un
with many
delincuente,
people as well.
El delincuente tiene
Thank you
más
for your
poder
testimony.
que
Thank
la
you.
Now, a criminal
autoridad.
has
Eso da
more
vergüenza a un
power than
país tan
someone in the
poderoso
community.
como ese.
And this is the
Thank you.
most
We have
powerful
Eso
country
da
in the
pena.
world.
hear from
This is
tonight. Thank
sad,
de llorar
and it's
aquí en este
embarrassing
país.
Thank
in
you.
this
Un país
country.
tan
Thank you.
poderoso y con
Such
tanto,
a
con tanto
powerful
recursos.
Thank
country.
you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to make sure we did not miss Makita Byfield.
Solo quiero asegurarme de que no le hayamos dado o cedido la palabra a Burkina Faso.
Thank you.
Gracias.
And let me just announce our next 3 speakers.
Quiero
and then, so if
anunciar
you
los
could come
próximos
forward.
3 hablantes.
Chase Lauda, Santiago Ortiz, and Chaplain Sandra Mitchell. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Makita Byfield. I'm a proud New York native and even prouder to call the Bronx my home. In my short 19 years, I've been homeless twice. The underlying cause of each incidence of my family's homelessness has been a lack of safe, permanent, and affordable housing for all New Yorkers. It makes absolutely no sense that my family was evicted because we could no longer afford our quote-unquote affordable housing unit. Please note, my household was led by my mom, who worked several jobs at the time. And now, 9.5 years after that initial eviction, I am afraid. For my family, who is doing their best to not re-enter the shelter system again and still barely getting by. For the countless other Bronx residents who are closer to homelessness than they are to the wealth that is needed to survive this housing affordability crisis. For all those who have and will continue to experience the trauma of an eviction after the moratorium has been lifted. I originally wasn't going to speak today, but decided to because I am afraid for the future of Bronx residents. I'm afraid, and I am urging you to not increase the rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Savannah Miles. I am also a youth advocate who was born into Bronx public housing. Some of my earliest memories are of my mom advocating in welfare court for her housing voucher to include all of her children. If you didn't know that was possible, they can exclude your children from housing vouchers if they, quote unquote, are making too much money. What is too much money as a 14-year-old child in the Bronx, which is statistically the most impoverished district to this day? I've never been afforded the privilege to stop fighting the public housing system ever since. Last August, I was falsely accused of a crime. You may be wondering what that has to do with anything, but housing is as intersectional to the identity of the criminal civil legal systems as my blackness is to my womanhood. The two cannot be separated. If you need another example of this intersectionality, I think that we can take a look at the police that are here around this room and the metal detectors that have been added to Hostos specifically for today, for this meeting, the way in which we are being criminalized by simply walking in to advocate for our own housing needs. While I was in custody, about an hour after I had been arrested, I was rendered effectively and immediately homeless without even having the chance to plead my case. This is what you called guilty until proven innocent. 1 month later, I'd visit Harvard Law School for the first time, what should have been one of the most exciting moments of my career because it is not often, nor is it ever, that a Bronx girl like me has the opportunity to bless the campus of Harvard Law School. I should have been happy and I should have been excited, but I was filled with trepidation, otherwise known as fear, knowing that I'd still be able to return without a place to live or without a place to study. 2 months later, when I sat for my first LSAT exam, which is the law school entrance exam, I was still homeless. 3 months later, when my case was dismissed, I was still unable to afford a place to live. And when winter rolled around, I was barely able to escape sleeping on the streets. The further that you expand these rent increases, the further you expand what homelessness looks like. It doesn't just look like Jordan Neely, rest his soul. It looks like all of us in this room today. It looks like everyone who is one missed payment away from eviction because all it takes is one missed payment in order to be evicted. It looks like anyone who has had to choose between paying their rent and putting food on the table.
Thank you.
It looks like college graduates with debts that are further than our lifespans.
Thank you.
It looks like every New Yorker who is forced to take 8 roommates because they cannot afford to live alone. It looks like those same roommates being the cause of you being homeless again. It looks like every person who is sleeping on couches, park benches, and subway stations. It looks like me. In 6 more months, my lease ends again. The way you vote today will answer my next question, so I'd like for you to tell me, will I have to return to being homeless again? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Chase Lauda. Chase.
My name is Chase, and I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm here to say that the housing crisis in this city is absolutely unsustainable. New Yorkers who have lived in this city for decades are struggling to survive, and the cost of living is increasing because of greedy landlords and corporations, which are putting undue influence on our politicians. People should feel safe and secure in their homes and not be terrified or afraid of being evicted or priced out of their neighborhood. Why is the cost of living so damn expensive? And we're not going to stand by as our neighbors are having their lives destroyed because landlords want to make a quick buck at the expense of all of us New Yorkers. We will not let our communities be destroyed and ravaged by greed. We demand that the communities of the city should control the rent and the land and also the housing. New Yorkers deserve better. Why should you all, the Rent Guidelines Board, determine how much we should have to pay? Do you all even live in the communities in which you're discussing? The communities should determine how much they have to pay. Hundreds of thousands of units have been lost since 1994 when it was determined that you could take rent stabilized units and turn them into market rate, it's absolutely been devastating. And we demand that these units be reconverted back to being rent stabilized, and more importantly, that the city becomes fully rent controlled city where no tenant will pay more than 20% of their income to rent. We will not stand for this blatant destruction and displacement of our communities and unnecessary burdens which sit on the shoulders of working class New Yorkers. We will organize until the city becomes livable and sustainable for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Santiago Ortiz.
Hello. Buenas noches aquí a todo el público primero.
I'd like to say hello to
Que somos
the
los
people
que
in the audience
realmente
first.
estamos pidiendo acá la acción justa. Y después buenas noches aquí a los representantes.
And then now I'm going to speak with the representatives of the RGB.
Para mí es un placer aquí, en realidad, estar aquí en esta protesta. Pues yo le llamo una protesta porque
I call this a protest, actually.
todo lo que nos damos cuenta que los landlords son ricos.
We all know that the landlords are
Y
rich.
son tan ricos que son capaces de meter 37 a 48 centavos en su bolsillo por cada dólar que nosotros pagamos.
They're so rich that they gain 37 to 38 cents off of every subsidy that they give us.
Sin darle pena que hay muchos desamparados por ahí pasándola y que nosotros también como
And of
pobres,
course, they don't even think about the
si
fact that there are people
comemos,
on the street.
ni
And
siquiera
we, as
cenamos,
the poor,
porque la situación
sometimes
económica
we have no
todos la
money
estamos
for
viendo y ustedes la
dinner.
están viendo que no son ciegos.
Because as you can see,
Que
and
la
I know that you're not
situación,
blind,
usted va con $20 a un simple colmado y
if
no
you go
vas a
to
llevar
a
nada a
store,
la
for
casa.
example,
Y eso es lo que
to
está
buy
pasando
something,
ahora.
everything is expensive.
En el momento menos preciso, no sé si la verdad que no quisiera humillar a la Junta, pero yo creo que la Junta ni siquiera debiera de existir legalmente de acuerdo a los reglamentos de Dios.
But I don't know if you would
Porque
be
esa
able
es
to
una
put up with
situación
what
que
we've
se
had
está
to.
viendo. Y el alcalde,
And this is the situation
como es también
we're
un
seeing.
landlord,
And
él
of
pone
course,
su representante.
the mayor is
Y yo estoy
also
seguro
a
que
landlord.
ustedes ya vienen con ese pensamiento
And I'm sure that
de
you all
aumentar la
came here
renta,
with that same idea,
de darle sí.
to say
Pero-
yes.
Porque yo veo que un 7% yo sería capaz de decir que es muy poco. ¿Y por qué ustedes en vez de
Why
7% no
7%?
lo bajan a cero?
Why don't
Y
you
que
lower that
que
to
la
zero?
renta mejor baje en vez de
And
subir.
instead
Muchas
of
gracias.
putting up and increasing the rent, make sure you lower it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell. While we're waiting, let me also invite Judith Morishow, Brianna McClure, and Julius Bennett as our next three speakers after. Is Chaplain Mitchell here? Okay, thank you. Can someone? Thank you. We're bringing the mic over. Thank you very much.
Buenas noches. I'm practicing my Spanish. Yo practicando mi español en castellano. My name is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell, like Mitchell Lama Projects, that we might have to take over. But I'm standing here with the Holy Bible. Ain't got no holes in it. And I'm standing on God's promises. Rent Guidelines Board, please hear me. Please hear me. I'm a registered voter. I am a leader in CASA. I'm a leader in the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition. I'm an ordained chaplain. I am universal. I study all of the religions and I respect them all. And so I am pleading with you. I'm pleading with you. This is a servant of the Most High God pleading with you, giving you respect, the respect that you deserve, that this holy word comes against you. I can't throw because I done had 6 strokes fighting this fight. 6. And God has helped me throughout these 53 years living in the Bronx and seeing the same thing for 53 years. This is a shame. It's a shame before God. And God will not be mocked for his people to suffer like this. No more. Basta. It stops now. I mean, working for Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, environmental health and safety, having a stroke, and told, so what? It happens all the time. Losing my job, losing my apartment on Broadway. Okay? I'm not no slouch. You see, I'm standing here with 6 strokes. I went to the courts and I had no lawyer before right to counsel. That's why I worked with CASA and the right to counsel to be birthed. That's our baby. And the Rent Guidelines Board, I didn't know about the Rent Guidelines Board. I never had to deal with it. But as I started to get a little bit older in those 53 years, I found out about you, and I said, well, glory, but this is really a shame. I pray the humble prayer of a servant. Father God, Abba, Father, in the name of Jesus, visit each and every one of you in your bedroom. Flip it over if you have to, because I've been flipped. Flip it over if you had to. Touch your hearts. Don't be the modern day Pharaoh with a hardened heart. Don't be a modern day Pharaoh. We need rent freeze right now. No justicia, no paz.
Thank you.
Por favor. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Judith Morishaw. I moved to 1310 Sheridan Avenue in 1994 after losing all my belongings to a fire. The building was a beautiful building at the time. As time went by, we had so many different landlords, didn't know how to deal with that. Right now, we are with the worst. I am a senior on a fixed income. From time to time, I find myself going to the pantry just to get some extra help. The lines, sometimes it takes us about 2 hours before we receive any food. I'm not ashamed to say it. We, the seniors, is asking for a rent rollback. In the winter, they don't give enough steam in the summer. If you want to get any repairs done, you have to call 4 or 5 times. I mean, sometimes it's so difficult for me to get up out of the bed in a cold house. I have a question to ask you guys. I'm quite sure everyone there has family. How would you feel if your relatives is being treated in this way? I mean, it's unbelievable. I'm not, recently, not too long ago, I received a letter stating that I have to pay $20 more on my rent because of the MCI. Why do I have to pay that? Why? I don't have no extra money. You guys, you can show some compassion. Think about people in the winter when it's so cold. The buildings are terrible. It's not maintained. I get sad when I get up in the mornings and look outside, it's all the garbage. People shouldn't be treated like that. I'm in this building from 1994, and we never had that. I'm trying to get out, but where can I go? I'm a fixed income. I don't have a lot of money. And I need to take care of myself because I'm dealing with some personal issues right now with my health. I mean, if there's anything, I don't know, I'm not sure, but this is what I'm asking for, a rent rollback.
Thank you. Brianna McClure.
Hi, good evening. My name is, Brianna McClure. I did not intend on speaking this evening, but I must, because every single person's voice in this room matters, because we're dealing with a real issue here. I myself am from Harlem, born and raised. I've been there for 4 generations. I am a college graduate, and I had been living with my mom for several years as a college graduate. Why? Because if I try to afford, the extremely expensive housing, then I'll go into debt. Why? Because I have student loans. Why? Because I want to be able to obtain economic mobility for myself. by the grace of God, I was able to finally obtain rent-stabilized housing, and a few days later, I hear that the Rent Guidelines Board wants to potentially increase it by 15%. How am I ever supposed to achieve any sort of stability, economic independence, if not only the rent keeps going up, but also my quality of life decreases? With a 15% increase, am I supposed to ask for a 15% increase on my raise for my job? So not only is this an issue for our working class here, but this is also an issue for every single person in this room, no matter where they come from. For the people that have housing, if we increase their rent, they're gonna fall into homelessness. Our shelters are already at an exacerbated place right now, and again, the situation's gonna get worse and worse and worse. So again, I'm just here to tell my story. I'm from Central Harlem. I wanna stay in Harlem, and we rely on rent-stabilized incomes. The average income in Harlem is around $54,000. So again, when you do the math and look at what that is in terms of 1/3, again, that's around $1,500. So when we take the very thing that has stabilized so many families, that has stabilized my family where I am at today, then where do we fall? We fall into extreme disrepair, homelessness, and instability.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Julius Bennett, Terrence Burrows, and Etia Ruiz. Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, help me now.
Thank you.
Julius Bennett is my name. I am a New Yorker. I happen to be 86 years old. And I've spent all of them here in New York working for the rights and the welfare of others. And as I am now 86, I'm fighting for a decent place to live. Something's wrong. But I'm not going to talk long. I'm going to present a solution to us. And my recommendation is we have our people, CASA, United, Upper New York, people who are working in housing and tenant rights, okay? We have a BG board whose responsibility it is to see that we are all right in our apartments. So what I am recommending, and I'm willing to help lead, we start a campaign where we remodify the board so that it is representative of the people, just like the United States Constitution stated. When the government does not serve the people, then the people have a right to change the government. And so let's change the board. The mayor is the boss. Anytime an organization does not function, then the president goes. I believe it is on June 27th our elections begin. We begin our primaries. Then we as CASA leaders and United leaders, et cetera, and all the leadership that has come together, we refocus our purpose, that we help get a mayor who will put together a board that represents the people and housing, has some control over the private landlord.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
allows us to live out those rights that are so inalienable as described in the Emancipation Proclamation.
Thank you.
And so I'm saying that we shall
Thank you.
change things, and we're going to do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Burrows.
Can you hear me? Good. Okay. I have lived on both ends of the United States. I lived in California for about 6 years, and I lived over here, okay? I'm a native of New York. My ancestry goes back to the 1860s. I have never seen a country so sloppy as this right now. Never. This is unbelievable. Senior citizens that lived in their apartments or their homes for, 40, 50, 60 years, being put out. No reason. Landlords, they keep raising the rents, okay? But when it comes to the repairs, where are they? This is my proposal. They need to, instead of coming up with these increased rent situations, what they need to do is they need to get to these landlords, okay? And what they need to do is get them together. Thank you. Thank you. What they need to do is get them, put them together, okay? Instead of building stories to reach the Empire State Building and whatnot, yeah, build another one and deposit them in there. And put on the title on the prison, no parole. And confiscate their property and let them see what it feels like. This is wrong. When I lived in California, I saw the prices going up. I saw the rents and everything going up. I got out of there just in time.
Thank you.
I put on the YouTube, I looked there, nothing but tents all over from the north to the south.
Thank you.
Tents.
Thank you.
And that's what's happening here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Something has to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Netia Ruiz. Is Netia Ruiz here?
Hello. Hi.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Eva Santos, she, her, ella, and I am a member of the Bronx chapter of the New York Working Family Parties. Most importantly, I am a mom of 3 children, and in 2011, I was faced with the hardest decision a mother can have. I paid an increase in rent or continued to feed my children. Their increase was from $1,100 to nearly $2,200. There was no way I could pay twice my rent and continue to supporting all of the other costs associated with raising my children in a city like New York. My autonomy to decide was stripped away from me when we were evicted and I was forced into the shelter system. Sadly, I know where PATH is well. I was there with my mom when I was a young girl because when I was a child, my mother was moved from shelter to shelter for 3 years because we was fully undocumented. As a documented still, I am a DACA recipient and a person from the Dominican Republic. I know my story is one of the many that are shared from New Yorkers here, and not just in the Bronx, the whole New York. I know this because it was true for my mother from 2000 to 2004, and then it was true to me as a mother in 2011. It became true, and I wanted to continue to raise my children in the only home that I know, that is the Bronx. But I don't want them to be raised and be part of the cycle, just like I was. My children deserve a brighter future and an affordable future, and the direction of their future starts on June 21st, when you, the Rent Guidelines Board, will vote on pushing every single mothers out of the shelter systems, or giving their children an opportunity to survive in this city. Please make the right choice. I don't want my children to go back and repeat what I did. I want them to have a better future. As a mother, I fear for them to repeat my stories. I just want 10 more seconds to briefly say, I had to separate my partner. And today, we have to share custody, and I don't live with my children because I can't afford housing. I just can't. And it's unfortunate that I have to continue to live like this. And my story is just one of many mothers and fathers and New Yorkers out here that don't have a home. I'm currently homeless. I had to sleep in my car during COVID. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Robert Williams. Robert Williams. Our next three speakers. Thank you. Our next three speakers will be, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Edwin Martinez, Rosa Jaquez, and Cisa Martinez. Edwin Martinez, please. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for being here. My name is Edwin Martinez. I'm a single person. I'm struggling as it is. As a single person, I could imagine the families. But single people also suffer a lot because we don't get a lot of services. So that's one thing. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Adan and Genesis and the public members, thank you for being here. I want to know, like, I want to ask you if you can take this issue to the United Nations, take it further, because it's out of hand. We cannot lay our heads on our pillows comfortably when we owe money every month, okay? It's just not feasible. So I ask, So I want to tell you quickly. My two idols right now are Donald Trump and George Santos. And why? Because they beat the system. Okay? They have reached levels of success that we probably will never reach. So I think if we come together, okay, come up with a strategy, and get a lawyer, get a counsel, a good, smart counsel, okay, just like you have. We can possibly beat this because if Donald Trump did it and George Santos has done it, I bet you we can do something and get and find a loophole for this solution. So quickly, I can't see. According to Cornell University, New York City lost residents due to COVID-19, as we all know. Manhattan lost 117,275 residents. Brooklyn lost 95,022. Queens lost 74,321. The Bronx lost 47,706 residents. So that's a lot of money, right? That left New York City, okay? And although they left, ERAP and LRAP assisted the landlords, okay? So they got their cut. Now market rates are super high again. Retail revenues are rising again. Vacancy rates are back. So why are you charging us more money? So with our council, we can dip into the rent ledgers, because I'm telling you right now, even in the Bronx right now,
Thank you for your testimony.
my landlord and other landlords, they're cooking the books, and we need to get into the books.
Thank you.
You hear me? We
Thank
need
you.
to get into the books. Okay?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one sec. So go back to the drawing board. No freeze. I'm sorry, freeze. Sorry, freeze the rent. Okay. We need counsel. Major repairs are not being tended to. My building in the Bronx needs capital improvements, like the floors and washers and dryer machines. Right now, we don't have a working laundromat in the building. I'm sorry, wait. Affordable housing is not working. It works for higher salaries of White Plains, Connecticut, Mount Vernon, New Rochelle. They use the income from those areas. We don't have that here. Why are you using affordable housing income from up there and compared to here?
Thank you.
Wait a minute,
you.
sorry.
Many people who need to speak.
I know, I know. Some of our salaries are low. Again, I'm single. Another thing, I'm sorry, with the problem with New York City, and I've faced this every day since I graduated from Hunter College, okay? There's still discrimination. There's still prejudice with certain jobs. I haven't made more than $35,000 as a single person. So that's an intersectional thing that needs to be addressed. Speak to employers. Work together with the landlords and the employers. Find something else because this is not working.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry. One more thing.
With many people who need to speak, thank you.
So unfortunately, if this doesn't work out, you're going to have the city go into a spiral decline, and the city's going to burn again. So according to the First Amendment, we have a right to protest peacefully, right? And as someone else said earlier, we know, right? We know that Nestor Davidson works at Fordham University. We know that Arpit Gupta works at NYU. We know Alex Schwartz works at the New School. And Christina Smith, Smith Law and PC. You will see us around. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Rosa Jaques
My name is Rosa Jaques,
y me siento más cómoda
and I feel more comfortable
hablando en español
speaking in Spanish
porque quiero hablar
because I'd like to speak
con mi corazón.
with my heart and hand.
Porque la esperanza
Because, of course, the hope
de la clase trabajadora
of the working class
y de la clase media
and the middle class
descansa en ustedes.
rests with you.
Vivo en el 132 de Seaman Avenue.
I live at 132 Seaman Avenue,
Más de 30
and
años.
I've been there for more than 30 years
Esa
now.
es la comunidad de Inwood.
That is the community that I live
Soy
in.
presidenta de una asociación de bloques
I am a president of a block
y
association
vicepresidenta
and
de
vice
la
president
unidad comunal del norte de
of the
Manhattan,
community
monitoreada
North Community
con Norte Manhattan.
monitoring group.
Hace 2 años,
2 years ago,
porque yo hago talleres
because of course I
para mi
offer
asociación,
workshops
la
for my
cual
associations,
represento, talleres con la policía
workshops in conjunction
para
with the police
prevención del crimen,
to prevent crimes in the area.
y lo que he
And
visto
what I've seen
en los últimos
in
años
the last few years
es una ciudad llena de
is
basura,
a city filled with
de
trash
crimen,
and crime ridden,
donde la policía
where police
apenas puede hacer su
can
servicio en favor de
barely do its
nosotros.
basic services in our
Porque
favor.
los criminales
Because of course criminals
tienen más derechos
have more rights
que nosotros.
than we do.
Y me gustaría saber
And I'd like to know
si este sistema
if this system
que dirige
that of course
el Estado de Nueva York
is directed by the city of
tiene
New
un
York
plan
has a plan in place
donde habite
where
la clase trabajadora.
the working class can
Porque la
fit.
clase
Because
media
of course the middle class
está desapareciendo
is slowly
hace
disappearing
mucho.
for some time now.
Y hace 3 años,
And 3 years ago,
una persona de poder me
someone
dijo, Rosa,
in power told me,
dentro
Rosa,
de 10 años no más,
in 10 years or less,
ustedes no van a poder vivir
you
en
will no
Seaman Avenue.
longer be able to live at Seaman
¿Qué
Avenue.
hago yo con eso?
And what do I do with this
Por eso
information?
hace más de 20
This is
años
why that
que soy
20
la
years ago,
presidenta
I started as the president
de ese bloque
of that block
de
association,
inquilinos,
uh,
porque
comprised
toda mi
of
vida
tenants, because my
lo que
entire
he hecho
life,
es servir.
all I've done is serve.
Pero ¿qué vamos a hacer
But
nosotros
what
los
is it that we're
inquilinos
going to do, we
si
the
ni
tenants,
siquiera tenemos protección
if we don't even have any
porque
protection?
las leyes
Because of
realmente
course, laws
trabajen?
really don't work
¿Cuál
in our
es el
favor.
plan de los políticos?
What is the politician's
¿Quién
plan?
va a votar por ellos?
Who's going to vote for them?
¿Las ratas?
The
¿Las
rats?
cucarachas?
The roaches?
¿O quién?
Who?
¿A dónde vamos en esa
Where are we
situación?
headed in this situation?
Yo estoy aquí
I'm here today
porque no ha habido
because there
una
hasn't
audiencia
been
en el norte de
a
Manhattan.
public hearing in
yo
the north
quiero
part of
pedirle a
Manhattan. And I'd
ustedes
like to ask all
que el
of
año
you
que viene,
that
si es
next
que
year,
estamos aquí,
if we're still here,
haya una
we
audiencia
can have a public
para
hearing
Washington
in
Heights y
Washington
Inwood.
Heights and Inwood.
Porque no es justo
Because it's
que
not
yo
fair
venga
that I
de
have to
Inwood
come all the way
aquí
from
esta
Inwood
noche.
here
No es
tonight.
justo.
It's not fair.
Y también, ¿por
Furthermore,
qué pagarle
Why pay
incremento de
rent
alquiler
increments
a unos
to
caseros que no están
landlords
haciendo su
that are
trabajo.
not doing their job.
Y créanme
And believe
que
you
no
me,
estoy queriendo que los
that I
caseros quiebren.
don't want the
Esa no
landlords
es mi
to
intención.
fail or to lose money.
Es
That's not my
que
intention. I don't want them
simplemente
to go bankrupt.
colaboren con
It's that
nosotros
I want them to
haciendo
work
las
with us so we
reparaciones
can
por
make the
las cuales
repairs
nosotros
for
pagamos.
which we've been
Tenemos
paying.
uno de los caseros peores, 20 caseros
There's-
del estado de Nueva
We
York.
have
Lo
20
tenemos
of
ahora.
the worst. We
Cuando
have one of the
nunca
worst
en Seaman
landlords,
Avenue habíamos
20
tenido
worst ones in the
caseros
state.
semejantes.
At Seaman Avenue.
Reparaciones que no hacen, techos
Doesn't
que se
do
caen,
any repairs,
liqueos,
ceilings caving
y
in,
todavía
leaks,
quieren
and they
incrementar
still
la
want to
renta.
raise our rent?
¿Pero por qué?
But why?
¿Por qué si no están haciendo
Why?
su
If
trabajo?
they're not doing their job,
Necesitamos mejores
we
caseros,
need better
mejores
landlords,
leyes,
better
y que
laws,
la Junta
and that the RG
realmente
board
nos
really
represente a la clase
represents
trabajadora.
the working
Thank you.
class.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Cisa Martinez, but before we do, let me just announce our next three speakers. Mrs. Henry Avernello, Ernestina Vasquez,
Buenas noches.
and, sorry, Rochelle Gomez.
Mi
Thank
nombre
you.
es Cisa Martínez.
Hello, good evening. My name is Isa Martinez.
Vivo en el 2304 de Amsterdam Avenue.
I live at 2304
Por
Amsterdam
más de
Avenue.
26 años
For about 26
habito
years.
en esa dirección.
I've been living at this address.
Soy la presidenta de Unidad Comunal.
I am the president of communal.
Una organización.
¿Cómo se llama su organización, señora?
Unidad Comunal.
I'm the president of Unidad Comunal, or Communal Unity,
Una organización comunitaria
a community organization
dirigidas por los propios inquilinos que habitan en nuestra comunidad.
led by the very people that live in the area, all of the people that live in the building,
Con el apoyo
with the support
de North de Manhattan
of Northern Manhattan.
Coalición. Luchamos para abordar los problemas,
We all
para
fight
mejorar
to approach all of the issues in our community
la calidad de vida de los inquilinos de Washington Heights e Inglo.
and to improve, of course, tenants' lives in Northern Manhattan, specifically Washington Heights.
Estoy aquí
I'm here tonight
representando
representing
a los inquilinos
the tenants
que no pudieron viajar hacia aquí al Bronx
that were not able to come all the way to the Bronx
para testificar
in order to testify
en persona.
in person.
Exigimos
We demand
que el próximo año
that next year
la Junta celebre
the RGB
una audiencia pública en
hold
Manhattan.
a public hearing in Manhattan.
Gracias. Los líderes de Unidad Comunal
The leaders of Unidad
estamos
Comunal
muy descontentos
are very much disappointed
al saber que la Junta no iba a
knowing
celebrar
that the
una
RGB
audiencia
would not hold a
en
meeting, a
Manhattan
public
este
hearing
año.
in Manhattan this year.
Después que trabajáramos durante los últimos 2 meses
After we worked for the last 2 months
para desarrollar
in order to develop
nuestro testimonio,
what we were going to testify today, our statements.
muchos de los inquilinos
Many of the tenants
en Unidad Comunal
at Unidad Comunal
a mi cargo son cargos de los alquileres. Son personas con cargo de alquileres, muchos de estos
are people in charge of
retirados.
rents, many of them that are retired.
Un aumento
An
en
increase
alquiler
in the rent
le quitará
would suppose
el sustento
taking away what
que
they make,
llevan a su mesa
their
diaria.
sustenance, and food on the table.
Estoy aquí
I'm here tonight
para hacerle ver
to
que
make you aware
merecemos el
that we
espacio
deserve this space
para testificar
so that we can testify
en persona.
in person.
Durante la pandemia
During the pandemic,
tuvimos que pasar de tener reuniones mensuales
We had to go from having
en
monthly
persona
meetings in person
a reunirnos
to
virtualmente a
meeting
través
virtually
de la aplicación de Zoom.
by way of Zoom.
Por la represalia
Because of reprisals
y el medios de nerviosismo que tenían los habitantes,
and because people
los
were
miembros de
nervous,
esta organización,
the members of this organization,
nunca dejamos de
we
organizarnos.
never ever ended our
Thank
organization.
you.
We always met.
Thank you.
El cambio a reunirnos virtual
The change
ha
to meeting
afectado
virtually, of course, has affected
la
the
participación
participation
en las reuniones.
in our meetings.
Si celebran
If
una audiencia
you
pública
were to hold a public hearing
en
in
Manhattan,
Manhattan,
podemos traer
we can bring
inquilinos para
tenants
expresar
to express
cómo los afectarán los aumentos
how
de
these rent
alquiler.
increases will affect them.
Thank you.
Propuesta.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Por último, le pedimos
Lastly, we ask you
que tomen
to
conciencia
please be aware
y retrocedan
and go back
esos alquileres.
on these rent increases.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Mrs. Arvanella? Do we have Mrs. Henry Arvanello? Ernestina Vasquez? Thank you.
Buenas noches al público, primero,
Public, firstly.
¿verdad? ¿Por qué estamos aquí?
Why are
¿Por
we
qué
here?
estamos aquí?
Why are we here?
Queremos
For justice.
justicia, ¿cuándo?
We want justice.
¿A
When?
dónde?
Now. Not right now.
Thank you. Me llamo Ernestina Vázquez,
My name is
vivo en la
Ernestina
2260
Vasquez.
University,
I live at
apartamento
2260
7C.
University, apartment 7C.
Me da mucha pena
I'm very
¿verdad?
embarrassed
y tristeza
and I'm very
lo que está
sad
pasando
about what's happening.
con toda la gente que está aquí.
To all the people that are here.
Yo quisiera que ustedes se pusieran en mi lugar.
I wish for you to put yourselves in my place.
Yo tengo la carta
I have a letter
de marcha.
to leave. To be
Yo
evicted.
estoy afuera,
I'm out
en el pasillo.
in the hallway.
Aquí está.
Here
He
it is.
pedido ayuda.
I've
en
asked for
welfare,
help.
Y me piden mi carta de trabajo,
And they asked me
señores.
for my working papers.
Y no estoy trabajando.
And I'm not working.
Tengo 3 niños.
I have 3 children.
Mi hija está ahí,
My
de
daughter's
8
here.
años.
She's 8 years
Tengo
old.
un niño de 4 años.
I have a 4-year-old child.
Tengo una niña de 14
I have a
años.
daughter who's 14
Y
years
me
old.
dice, mami,
And she tells me, Mom,
¿por qué no están desalojando?
why are they evicting us?
Qué tristeza me da por ustedes, ¿verdad?
I'm very sad for you
Porque
guys.
ustedes están viviendo muy cómodos
Because
en
you're
su
living very
casa.
comfortably in your
Mientras
homes.
nosotros,
While
todo el pueblo de la casa está sufriendo.
all the people in casa are
Yo he
suffering.
ido a pedir ayuda en welfare
I've
y
gone
me
to
dicen
ask
que
for
quieren
help
mi carta de trabajo.
in welfare, and
Y
they
yo no
ask me
tengo mi
for
carta de trabajo porque
working
no estoy
papers.
trabajando ahora.
But I don't have a letter from work because
Yo
I'm
no
not
sé
working
cómo
right
voy
now.
a pagar mi renta.
I don't know how I'm going to pay my
El
rent.
landro me estaba botando a la calle.
The
a la
landlord's
calle
throwing
en
me
el
out into the
pasillo.
street, into the hallway.
¿Es justo?
Is that fair?
¿Es justo,
Is
señores,
that
lo que
fair?
le estoy diciendo?
Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm telling you?
Y no nomás yo.
Not just
Hay
me.
muchas
Many,
personas
many people.
que yo he ido a la corte y
I've
me he
gone to
presentado
court
y me
and I've
dicen,
shown up.
señora, usted tiene que pagar su renta.
And they
Yo
tell me,
digo,
ma'am,
yo
you
no
have to
voy a
pay your
pagar la
rent.
renta.
And I said,
porque
I'm not
yo
going to
no
pay my
tengo
rent
gas aparte.
because I don't have gas.
Voy
Besides
a
that,
cumplir un año, no
it's going to be
tengo
a year
gas.
now that I don't have gas.
Yo estoy gastando más de $100,
Spending more than
$200
$100
para la comida de mis hijos.
for my children's food.
¿Qué tengo que hacer yo?
What do I have to do?
¿Qué voy a hacer yo?
What am I going to do?
Dígame.
Tell me. Moving with
Mientras
them
ustedes están ganando
while you're.
y no se ponen en nuestro lugar
Don't put
nosotros.
yourselves in our place.
No piensan
You
un
don't
poco
think a little
en
bit
lo que nosotros
about
estamos
us,
pasando.
about what we're going through.
¿Acaso ustedes se ponen en mi lugar?
Is it the case that you guys
Yo
put yourself
estoy
in my place?
cargando mis papeles, pidiendo más tiempo en la corte
I'm coming
para que no,
papers
yo
to the
no
court
sea
asking for more
desalojada.
time so that I won't be
No.
evicted? No.
Ustedes, el antro lo que quiere, lo que el alcalde quiere es subir más la renta.
What
Y
the
sabemos que
landlords
no lo
want
podemos pagar.
and what the mayor wants is to increase the rent knowing that we
Mientras el
can't pay.
alcalde vive en su lujosa mansión.
While the rich live in their luxurious
Él no
mansions.
paga renta.
He doesn't pay rent.
Pero nosotros sí.
But we do.
El antro lo que quiere es desalojarme.
The landlord wants to evict me.
Pero ¿sabe qué?
But you know
Que
what?
hay un Dios allá arriba
There's a
que
God
Él lo
in
mira
heaven
todo.
who sees everything.
Y solo por Él y por la casa yo no he sido
And
desalojada.
only through him and through CASA I haven't been evicted.
¿Okay? Quiero que tomen conciencia.
I want you to
Yo
be
soy una
aware.
madre soltera de
I'm a
3
sing-
niños.
I'm a single mother of 3.
Que se ponga en nuestro
Put
lugar.
yourself in our
Que se
place.
ponga en nuestro
Put yourself
pellejo.
in our
Que es lo
skin.
que nosotros estamos viviendo.
What we're living, what we're going
En
through.
carne propia. ¿Cómo veo a mis hijos? Muy
I
tristes.
see my
Que
children
ya
very
estamos en
sad
el pasillo.
because we're in the
durmiendo
hallway,
en el
sleeping
pasillo.
in the hallway.
¿Es justo?
Is that fair?
No.
No.
No es justo.
It's not fair.
Porque por eso estamos aquí luchando.
That's
en
why
la
we're here
casa.
fighting
De
with
la
CASA.
casa estamos luchando.
At CASA we're fighting.
Y no, no vamos a vencer.
And we're not going to give up
Hasta llegar al final
until
donde
we
nosotros
get to the
queremos
end,
llegar.
where
Y
we
el
have to
alcalde que
get.
tenga conciencia que no vamos a pagar más renta.
And be
Thank
aware
you.
that we're not going to pay more rent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Interpreter, if you can please just use
Your
the
mic, yeah. Sorry.
because I don't think they all heard what she
It's a
said.
little difficult to hear.
This person is actually sleeping in the hallway because she just got a bit there. I don't think everybody understood.
And let me just, before you begin, let me announce our next 3 speakers. If you could please come up, Xavier Powell, Carolina Sanchez, and George Sotorov. Please, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rochelle Gomez, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and many other CASA tenants. Those of you are standing here before you, and many of who have signed in solidarity because they cannot make it here today. After looking closer into your own data, we found that nearly a third of New Yorkers are paying more than half of their income in rent. Now I have a question. Do you think it's logical to increase this rent already, knowing that many of them are living off of fixed income, such as pensions, Social Security benefits, and other programs alike? And those who don't have fixed incomes are working jobs where their raise fails to increase at the rate of inflation, forcing them to work 2 or more jobs? Have you had to work more than 1 job just to have food on your table and a roof over your head? As a result of these absurd increases, people are now resorting to having 4, 5, 6 roommates just to make ends meet, which is increasing their health risks. Let's not mention the issue of gentrification, because let us not be blind to the removal of socioeconomic disadvantaged minorities in the communities that used to be deemed affordable and are now being replaced by richer individuals. Because let's be honest, that's what's happening. You're kicking us out of our homes, and you think that's okay. That's all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, thank you.
My name is Xavier Powell, and like every other tenant on this side of the aisle, I'm appealing to this board to stop the incessant increases of annual hikes and instead consider a reduction or at least a freeze in the cost of the rents. The city of New York is a corporate amalgamation, and the business owners make up the lion's share of that conglomerate, collecting taxes in the form of revenue to pay the city. Therefore, our grievance is with the property owners that the city lords the land to in return for taxes from the rents paid at the tenant's expense. Why do I say at the tenant's expense instead of the expense of the tenants? Because the services rendered are never up to par with the rents extracted, and that's unpardonable. On another note, this board has to take into account this post-COVID era that we are living in and how it has affected our city and the world around us. New York City has been a beacon that every group has fled to and come to in a time of need, making New York City the most populated city in America since the forming of the census. New York has been a beacon. At the present, immigrants are coming into our great city in groves, and we are providing them with food, shelter, and medicine, free of charge, like we've always done, and we should do. We're New York. But if we're taking care of the world, we have to take care of home too.
Thank you.
However, the majority of renters feel the city has dropped the ball horribly when it comes to tenants. And what has been done for tenants dwarfs in comparison to what's been done for the people of the world that come to this city.
Thank you.
Therefore, we are appealing to this board to stop the systematic onslaught of rent increases that are keeping us impoverished and causing the mass gentrification of our people.
Thank you.
People who have been rooted here for generations and make up the tile of this big mosaic apple.
Thank you for your testimony.
Again, I am Xavier Powell, and we are demanding this board
Thank you.
to stop the incessant increase and consider a reduction or freeze in the cost of rents.
Thank you. Thank you.
May your minds be blessed and your hearts be at peace with the decision that you have to make in the coming days. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. We'd like to hear from our witness. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Carolina. I am really nervous, but I'm here supporting everyone else and myself. I am a registered voter. I am a Bronx resident. And with all due respect, do not make that terrible mistake, the terrible choice, the terrible decision to increase that 5% and the 7%. I am really asking you to view and review and to be honest within yourselves, because this is a powerful protest. This is one of the many others that will come for this formal demand. Right now, my landlord is overcharging me from $2,000 to $2,271 for 1 year renewal lease for a 3-bedroom apartment, and 2-year lease for $2,315 for a lease renewal. But to top it all off, I have roach infestation, lack of hot water for over 4 years, the lack of maintenance, and the entire building. It has to come out of my pocket to clean the areas at all times. I'm asking for rent rollback. Yes, we all are. Until these landlords can really start completing with all the tenants' necessities and complying with all repairs in their apartment and in their properties. Okay, because when I rent the apartment, I had to pay a broker's fee, and I had to pay security deposit to the amount, the total of $6,700. And I'm still demanding that tenant interest that he's trying to hide. He wants me to sign lease riders, but with zero amount of dollars, and I protest on that. I will not sign those lease riders. And my recommendation for everyone that is here tonight is to freeze the rent and report everything about the landlord with DHCR and ask for the rent history payments. To sue the landlord for rent overcharge and so on if they fail to
Thank you.
comply.
Thank you. While Mr. Sodorov is coming down, let me announce. No? Okay. Our next, George Sodorov. Okay. Our next three speakers, let me just announce our next three speakers, if you could please be prepared. Michaela Kay, Eva Santos Velos, and Jervine Samuel. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is George Sotirov. I'm an anchor baby, and I'm very proud of that. Live in the Bronx. Ladies and gentlemen of the Rent Guidelines Board, you're here this evening under great suspicion. A cloud. And why do I say that? Well, to start, the Supreme Court of the land has proven itself corrupt by the reneging of the majority on its promise to continue to recognize Roe versus Wade as a settled question. Justice Clarence Thomas, it is revealed, has been on the take for the past 20 years, maybe and probably longer. The wife of Chief Justice John Roberts enjoys an income of $10 million per year to provide access to her husband. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can understand that you as a group are also under suspicion because of him who has appointed you, Mayor Eric Adams, a landlord himself who has announced publicly that he would like to see the rents raised. Now, I am neither an economist nor a sociologist, but I read in the history books that one of the conditions that all collapsed societies share is too much money in too few hands. Okay? It is a matter of public record that starting with Ronald Reagan, the Republicans have been steadily degrading the housing authority, which had, from its inception in 1934, successfully lifted citizens out of slum conditions and into the middle class. Why would anyone seek to degrade such a successful program? Well, the answer that presents itself is that through such degradation, the private sector can more easily return to profiting from slum conditions of the 1920s. Shredding the fabric of society by visiting the violence of eviction on the rent-burdened, thus leading to slums, tent cities, and Hoovervilles, is only sowing the seeds of the next French Revolution. I am not a religious man, but I do pray that your crop will fail. Of course, if you would like to do the right thing, by all means, vote for a rent rollback.
Thank you. Ms. Kay. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jervine Samuel. I live at 1230 Woodcrest Avenue. And are you listening? Are you hearing what everybody's saying here? We have these slum landlords that don't, when they do repairs, they break back, the repairs have to be done all over again. Within 2 months, the repair has to be done again. They don't give us heat. We have roaches and mice in the apartments. They don't do anything. And they want a rent increase? Shame on you there. Shame on you over there. You are supposed to help the tenants and you're here for helping the landlords. I'm not the only tenant that has problems. All of the tenants in my building are not getting their repairs and not getting their service. But the landlords want their rent. And this is ridiculous how this is going. Are you listening? Are you hearing? I'm tired of this, and all these tenants here are tired of this, going through this year after year. These landlords need their slum landlords. They don't care about the tenants, but they want their rent. But you want to give them an increase. Shame on you, shame on you. This is ridiculous. I work hard every day for my money. And you want money to put in more money to put in your pocket when you're not even doing the repairs? And the building is falling down. This landlord's not doing what he's supposed to do. And I'm not the only one in the building that has to say that. This is ridiculous. Yeah, there's no heat in the winter time, but he wants to increase but you want to increase the rent.
Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you.
ridiculous.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Do we have Michael Akay? Eva Santos Fellows? Oh, that was Eva. No.
I'm going for my friend Eva. My name is William Elisea. I go by any and all pronouns. I'm a member of the Bronx chapter of the New York Working Family Party and a proud member of Local 3 IBEW, apprentice 4th year. I have lived in the Bronx all 28 years of my life. My mother is disabled and has Section 8, and still the rent is too damn high. My mom and I have lived in our apartment by Parkchester for over 25 years, but we are being forced to move because we cannot afford over $2,000 a month in rent. We turned over affordable housing units to find a home, and after a 2-year-long search, we finally found a place for $1,500 a month. But the only catch is, it's a 1-bedroom apartment. And we were able to get the apartment because of my mom's disability status. So we were able to be higher on the list. And me, an adult person, has to share a 1-bedroom apartment with my 59-year-old mom. We're both adults and we deserve to have our own bedrooms. The units reserved for disabled people are all 1-bedrooms or studios. We can't afford to delay moving any longer, and so we're forced to live for the foreseeable future. Affordable housing is in high demand because of the exact rent increases for which you, the Rent Guidelines Board, are responsible for. Increases in rent-stabilized units exacerbates New York City's growing housing crisis. It should not be a 2-year endeavor for any New York City resident to move to a new apartment, and Bronx residents should not have to spend half their income on rent. I'm a proud union electrician, but why does it cost half of what I make for me to live in an apartment with my mom, and that's with already subsidized rent? The rent's already subsidized and it's still too expensive. I'm forced to squeeze in a 1-bedroom apartment with my mom until I have enough savings to move out and get a place of my own, which is, by the way, what any adult does that still lives with their mom, living paycheck to paycheck. Yet because of these rent increases, this is a lifestyle many New Yorkers can resonate with, living paycheck to paycheck.
Thank you.
And New York cannot take another rent increase. The Bronx cannot take another rent increase. And my message to Mayor Eric Adams and his Rent Guideline Board is this: don't raise our rents.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Gloria Villatoro, Vincent Tsai, and Ray Dietz. Do we have Gloria? Thank you.
Thank you. What do we want? What do we want? Good evening. Now, good evening, everyone. My name is Gloria Villatoro, and I am proud to call myself a Bronxite, residing in the vibrant Highbridge area. Over the years, I have witnessed transformation of our borough, with new schools and apartments being built. At first glance, it may seem like a progress, but unfortunately, it does not seem to have a well-mind being for all of us. The issues we face is that we are being priced out of our own neighborhood. Affordable housing options are not reflective of the true cost of living in the city. Many of us are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to make ends meet, As a result, we are forced to make sacrifices, compromising the educational opportunities for our children, proper nutrition for our family, and ultimately diverting our hard-earned money into the pockets of the wealthy. No landlord will go homeless if a tenant misses a payment. My family will be evicted if I miss a payment. Housing is a fundamental human right, and we should not be subjected to excessive price that pushes us out our community for the sake of profit. It is disheartening to see that this disparity between the rising cost of the living and the limited affordability of our housing options. We, the real New Yorkers, are the bearing and the most of this disparity. I would also like to bring attention to the challenges I have personally faced as a tenant under the management of Jonathan Weiner of Chestnut Holding.
Thank you.
Located in
Thank you for your testimony.
77 Riverdale Avenue. He has repeatedly appeared on the slumlord list due to numerous violations. A simple Google search will reveal the numerous lawsuits filed against Chestnut Holding for their pathetic house lord abuses. Unfortunately, Chestnut Holding purchased the building I am living in currently. And since then, my experience with management have been filled with difficulties. Despite of the challenges, I have been taking it upon myself to advocate for both myself and my fellow tenant within the building. Together, we have organized and demanded repairs and improvement that we rightfully deserve. However, we cannot do this alone. We need the support and attention of the Rent Guidelines Board to listen to our concerns and take necessary steps to put our interests in the forefront in the decision making. I implore you guys, the Rent Guidelines Board, to consider the voices of the Bronx resident.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Like myself, who are facing deterred effects and affordable housing. We need fair, reasonable rent guides that consider the real struggles we face daily. Our neighborhood should not become inaccessible to us due to escalating prices. Please listen to us and act in our best interest. Stand up for the right to affordable housing and to help us preserve the vibrant, diverse community we all call home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tsai. Thank you.
Good evening. I know we're all tired. I know we're all hungry. And we're broke. But I'm really feeling the love and the power of everyone here, even though it's 9:08. We're all still here for each other. And I'm really, really feeling this energy. There's nothing I can say that hasn't already been said and felt this evening. The sham of democracy that we are experiencing right now, with an unelected board of members who do not represent tenants. In a city where there are more tenants than landlords, there's only 2 representatives on the board. We are living under a multitude of crises, a housing crisis, an inflation crisis. The lies that they keep telling us about the housing is that we have a housing shortage, but the truth is there are more empty homes than there are homeless people. We could house every single homeless person and more. We could house all the migrants who have been coming to New York City. And in this inflation crisis, we can't afford groceries. We can't afford to pay for the things that we need, and we have to pay for a rent increase. But even though during the COVID pandemic, corporations made more money than they ever had, they made the most profits they've ever had in decades. Meanwhile, our wages have staggered. They haven't gone up. The minimum wage has stayed the same. And we are struggling to make ends meet. Landlords get the help and the sympathy, but what do we get? When we do something and we get in trouble, we go to jail. But when landlords neglect their buildings, let their tenants die in fires, they collect insurance checks. We cannot have a rent increase. We need a rent rollback. And I want everyone here to imagine the future for ourselves. What if we had control of our housing? What if we had public control of our utilities? Public control of our education, of the MTA? Instead of having the courage to tackle these issues head on, our cowardly politicians are doing nothing except lining up the pockets of their corporate donors and real estate friends. We can have housing for everyone tomorrow. We can have everything we need tomorrow, but there is no political will. And we need to take power into our own hands to demand what we need to survive. Again, my name is Vince. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm a tenant in Washington Heights. I'm a proud member of my tenant association. We want a rollback, and we demand tenant control of the Rent Guidelines Board, and we demand a rent-controlled city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Ray Dietz. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ray. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I don't want to talk to any landlords or their accomplices today. I want us instead to reflect on the power that we have as tenants. You see all these cops here and out front? You see the metal detectors that we all had to come in through when we walked in? You saw that they were only letting people in 2, 4, 8 at a time? It's because we have power. They took away our signs, they took away our bullhorns, they tried to shut us up. And it wasn't like that last year. The fear is growing among the capitalists in this city, among the politicians who are in their pockets. They moved the Manhattan hearing online because they don't want us to show up and shut it down. We know that this unelected board will never represent the needs of the tenants, the needs of us. This board should be run by the tenants and for the tenants. Our apartment buildings should be run by us, for us, not some unaccountable slumlord whose only interest is in making as much money as possible. We need a new system where housing is not hoarded for profit, but provided as a human right. We need a rent-controlled city with people like us in power because we know how to run things. We know how to fix things. When I say people, you say power. People, people. When I say we want, you say justice. We want, we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Lina Rojas, Stevenson Nurse, and Xochitl Herrera. Thank you. Lina Rojas. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Buenas noches a todos. So, I can't help but think that lots of you guys look smug, complacent. You got this look on your face that says, let them eat cake. You're looking at us like we're unhinged, like we're doing too much, like we're being extra. But honestly, I want to ask you, show of hands, how many of you in the last 10 years have had to choose between paying rent or feeding your children? Let's see the hands. Let's see. It is wild to me that our futures, our families' futures' well-being is being decided by people that have no idea what we live, what it means to make these decisions. That is outrageous. And for what? So that my millionaire landlord who owns dozens of buildings in New York City can keep growing her bank account? So that she can keep living in her $7 million apartment? Because I've protested right outside her door, so I know. So that this same woman who keeps illegally taking apartments off rent stabilization can keep just becoming richer and richer? Is that what this is all for? I don't think so. I ask you to put yourselves in our shoes. For every one of us that's here, there is hundreds more that couldn't come because they have to work, because they have to watch their kids, because it's a long way here from wherever they live. So please put yourselves in our shoes. We are the people that have kept this city running. We were out there working while you were probably hiding at home behind your laptop on Zoom calls. We were the communities that were most affected by COVID. We died in droves. While I bet you, not the same for your communities. So please, put yourselves in our shoes, have some empathy. See the humanity in each of us, in our families, because where are we supposed to go?
Thank you.
We have communities that are beautiful, that are rich. You might think, we're poor, who cares? They don't have a say, they don't donate to me. But we have beautiful lives in our communities. Please put yourselves in our shoes and freeze rents.
Thank you.
Oh, and please don't forget what happened to the last people that said, let them eat cake. What happened to them?
Mr. Nurse.
Good evening. I think they want me to speak when the time comes, or what? Would you like me to start, or wait?
Please start. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. I'm a witness to this madness, slumlords madness. In the late 60s, 70s, I was there present when landlords was paying dope fiends a nickel bag of heroin to burn the buildings down. I lived right there, Bathgate, Monterey, Belmont, Fort Apache. The Bronx is burning. I see it all. I see the slumlords at work. That's why I'm so offended when people decide to call them landlords. They're not. They're criminals. They're robber barons. And we got to deal with this. This is the fact. We can't allow this to continue, giving people props that don't deserve it and laughing in our faces. So this is my little profile here. Worked for Manpower, early 70s. Built Fremont Commonwealth Council. I personally built the methadone clinic, $1 million project here in the Bronx, called VIP. Studied as an apprentice carpenter, District Council Local 157. After the buildings was burnt, we, as community people here in America, we come back and give back to the community. I came back and rebuilt the South Bronx and other 5 boroughs when the slumlords burnt them out. Yes, I worked in some of the most dangerous buildings that you can't imagine, because one morning I was on my way to work. Before I got there, we was told one of the buildings fell on our foreman, killed him, the whole entire building, because half of those buildings did not have a structure after the fires burned them out. So we're back to the same drawing board where the same landlords are doing the same thing. They're burning buildings down for a profit.
Thank you.
My present situation is the building I live in. We have a slumlord who refused to do repairs since 2001. Completely refused to do repairs. They give the apartments as is.
Thank you for your testimony.
And they ask people to pay them. If you don't pay the landlord or the super to have your apartment fixed, you never get it fixed. I have numerous rounds of violations.
Thank you.
So what I'm trying to convey here is that, you know, there's very little respect even from you as I don't know if you're landlords, I don't know what you are, who you are, but I'm saying you have very little respect for the people that is suffering, and we can't tolerate it. We will march, we will demonstrate, we will go to jail, but we will stop this rent increase. And that's a fact. That's not a promise. We're going to tell you like it is. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
And we're going to make sure we get rid of the other slumlord landlord, which is Mayor Eric Adams. Your buddy? He's not our buddy, okay? He's a slumlord, period. Have a nice day, and thank you.
Thank you. Xochitl Herrera, thank you. And let me announce our next three speakers: Eddie Sayas, Orlando Cato, and Linda Peterson. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sochi, and I am a DACA recipient, resident, and organizer from Northwest Bronx Community College Coalition. I've lived in New York City for 20 years in many different buildings owned by different landlords. Meyer Kaufman, Morty Yasher, Arthur Green, and Teddy Kill. Some of these landlords have the honor to be on the list of 100 worst landlords. No matter the amount of rent, location, the service these landlords give is lousy. As an organizer, I constantly see tenants having to step in to make their living situation less unpleasant by fixing holes on the walls, fixing ceilings, replacing floors, having to see asthmatic tenants constantly in the hospital due to the condition they live in. As an undocumented DACA young adult with no kids, it's much harder for me to get assistance for housing. Most of us have to work full-time, have high side hustles to save, pay rent, and still spend time with their family. This is unacceptable. By raising the rent, we are congratulating the landlords for the shitty job that they do and giving your backs to the communities. Our community is still recovering from the pandemic and is currently going through a recession, inflation crisis. The housing court is still full of tenants and active eviction with no representation. If NYC can't support the current tenants, how are they going to support the new ones after this rent increase? NYC won't be able to support these tenants. This seems like an attack on low-income folks. We are demanding a rent rollback. We are demanding a rent rollback. We aren't asking, I am demanding. Those shitty landlords do not deserve any more money from us. Those sitting on the panel representing us, you have to speak up. You have to talk for us, because this is unacceptable. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Sayas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Orlando Cato. I'm here to testify on cause and effect. You know, if you raise the rents here in the Bronx, I'm a Bronx resident. I live on 161st Street and 3rd Avenue. And if you raise the rent, what you think is going to happen? Don't you watch TV? Don't you see the crime that's going on here in the Bronx? What you think is going to happen if people don't eat? If they can't pay the rent and they can't eat, what you think is going to happen? Crime's going to go up. Who's going to suffer? The police department. They're the ones who got to deal with it. It's going to be shootings. I'm on probation. I can say I'm the only one here that's on probation and speaking to you guys. I was offered a job at 161 at Neon Works to bridge the gap between equity and poverty. And you guys raised the rent. This is a state program that gave me the chance. They gave me a foot at the table, a chance of bridging the gap between equity and poverty. But you guys are raising the rent. You're going to knock me back down. Why? The state made the program to help us, to lift us up out of poverty. So why are you going to take it away from us? That don't make no sense. What am I going to do? I'm on probation. I'm supposed to abide by the law and report to the courts. What am I going to tell them? Crime is going to, what am I to do? What are the people to do? There's not too many programs for people that are on probation or places of housing that are welcoming us. Don't you watch TV? Don't you see everybody that's committing the crime is a convicted felon? They're on probation. They're going to the programs. They're doing what they got to do. But the rents are going up. What are we to do? You're making it harder. Crime is going to go up. When you're going to recognize it? When it comes to your community?
Thank you.
Help us. Freeze the rents. Cause and effect. You vote to increase the rents, crime is going to go up. The only tool we have left is crime.
Thank you.
And please don't let them use it.
Thank you. Linda Peterson. Let me announce our next three speakers. If you could please come forward. Destiny Cruz, William Alicera, and Stephen Greenwood. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for hearing us, and thank everybody being here. Tennis United will never be defeated. Tennis United will never be defeated. And that's how we have to stick together. We have to be in this. Okay, so my name is Linda Peterson. I'm with the North Bronx Community College Coalition. You know, I got okay, and the reason why I'm here is I'm fighting, you know, I thank God for CASA, and I thank God that I'm a part of Northwest Bronx, because that's what got my building together. My building has 10 apartments, and you know, everybody there, they don't realize that they have rights. So each time I come to these meetings, I let them know I'm not just fighting just for me. I'm fighting for them also. But I have to fight for my son and his wife and my granddaughters. The rent is so high. Thank God. I mean, I don't say thank God. I always say the hat, my husband, the elephant, my mommy, and the heart. I still love them. They're in glory. I mean, I'm getting widow Social Security, just to let y'all know. And I mean, I'm not sharing my business, but I'm getting widow Social Security. They moved my retirement age up to 67 before I can get mine. So I'm getting that now. That's what I'm living off of. But see, thank God that, you know, but my son and his wife and my grandchildren, they will be, I don't want them to sleeping on the park bench or outside because they can't afford the rent. And I mean, I'm doing the most I can to help them. And if, you know, that's what mothers are supposed to do and grandmothers are supposed to do. So I'm helping them also. But the thing is, our landlord is David, and we were Chestnut Holdings. And Chestnut Holdings is a piece of what, yes, but a lot of tenants don't realize that you have rights. We have rights. You call 311 if something is not done. Call 311 and they will help you. But I want y'all to help us. Please bring the rent down, because we can't, I mean, you know, it's only but so much that I can do for them. All right? And thank you, and please help us. Please be there for us. Thank you.
Destiny Cruz.
Hi, my name is Destiny Cruz, she, her, ella pronouns, and I'm an organizer with the New York Working Families Party. At 5 years old, my family and I lived on a shelter on Fox Street in the South Bronx. For a year, we lived with the uncertainty of when we'd find a home. With my mother's Section 8, we found an apartment on Southern Boulevard and lived there for less than 5 years. Why? Because the owner of our home sold the property and the buyer wanted the units empty. You see, in the Bronx, if you are a tenant, you are taught to believe that you are disposable and an inconvenience, that a life with dignity is not owed to you. My single mother worked 15-hour days in an effort to feed her children, secure us an education, and most importantly to her, to pay her damn rent. So you tell me, members of the Rent Guidelines Board, Did my mother deserve not to see her children? To not get a full 7 hours of sleep? To live with the deep anxiety of not knowing where her next meal was going to come from? This was 10 years ago. My mom worked so hard to ensure that my siblings and I had a future and a chance. There are single mothers here today who are facing the same pressures and anxieties that my mother did a decade ago. Your vote will dictate if their children have a future. To Eric Adams and his Rent Guidelines Board, vote not to increase our rent. Our people will not survive if you do.
Thank you. William Alicera? Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Judith Van Hernandez, and I am a Bronx Working Families chapter member.
Sorry, I don't believe you.
I'm speaking on behalf of William Alicea.
Okay.
Thank you. I came here from work to testify of how the proposed rent increase will further impact not only the livelihoods of those facing further economic strife, but will also prove to be detrimental to an individual's mental health. The relationship between poverty, social economic changes, and mental health is not a new phenomenon. Mental health is a public health crisis, and the current homelessness rate in New York City is rising. Research has shown that poverty imposes a psychological burden so great that the poor are left with little mental bandwidth with which to perform everyday tasks, consequently leading to severe stressful strain on the individual's mental and emotional health. Furthermore, as someone who works in the healthcare field and has witnessed how poverty, in addition to deprivation, has affected many patients and individuals' lives, there have been several occasions where I have been faced with challenges due to financial hardships, especially after having recovered from long COVID. While the pandemic itself caused families in New York to experience significant level of trauma directly correlated to illness, loss of loved ones, financial distress, and housing and food securities, as a lifelong resident, family in the Bronx as a lifelong Bronx resident, families in the Bronx are faced with some of the biggest threats compared to other counties in the state. More than 40% of children in the Bronx are living in poverty, which clearly indicates the impact of their well-being versus those living in affluent areas. In conclusion, although the health impact of poverty stigma is now emerging as an important issue in mental health, we need to understand the highlighted risks and triggers between poverty, social economic changes, and mental health. My message to Mayor Adams and his Rent Guidelines Board is to not raise our rents.
Thank you. We're going to invite Stephen Greenwood next. Stephen Greenwood. And while we're waiting, the next three speakers will be Karen Baez, Wanda Swimney, and Bruce Hicks. If you could please come down and be prepared to testify. Thank you. Please start.
Good evening, people on the dais, and good evening to the people in the body over here. 21 years ago, 21 and a half years ago, I was applauded serving this country as the 9/11 first responder. And now I'm being evicted by my landlord on the false properties. My rent is paid up to date. But my lawyer, my landlord, he's a criminal. Jonathan Weiner and David Tannenbaum. They are collecting LRAP money they brought to court. Said that they collected $5,000 in court on my behalf, which I don't owe any money. But they tried to evict me already since 2017. I've been in and out of court. I'm very, very aware of everybody in court. I see them every day as if they're my neighbors now. That's how much I've been in the court. When are y'all gonna hold these landlords accountable? What penalty do they face when you go there and you're doing the right thing? I wanna understand this. Okay, that's just a little testimony. Now, when are we gonna get to the negotiation part? You know, we just heard about the debt ceiling, okay? Congress had to make deals. What deals are y'all got on the table for us? Y'all talking about making whether the rent gonna go up and down. What else is on the table? How about them going to jail? How about them going to jail? Y'all worried about the mental history? Y'all making people crazy out here because people got to struggle with their life trying to figure out how to stay alive and keep a roof over their head. Do you know how it feels when you got to wake up and you got to say, how am I going to lose this roof over my head? That's the worst feeling in the world. And I've been dealing with this for years. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. And you know what? This isn't a kingdom. All right? This is democracy. They don't need to be appointed. They need to be voted in. We need to change the system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Make them be voted in.
Thank you. Karen Baez. Thank you.
Hello, RGB. My name is Karen. I lived in the Bronx my whole life, where I thought collapsing ceilings and bathroom molds were normal, just an everyday occurrence, something we all have to deal with. I've watched the rents go up in aggravation because my salary wasn't going up. I've moved twice in the last few years, and it's been the same story in the Bronx. No heat in the winter in each apartment that I go to, and lots of rodent infestations. I became a tenant organizer after that, and after I found out that we have rights as tenants. And as an organizer, every day I learn a new story. I'm acquainted with the hardships of others, and I become disillusioned every day as I hear the stories of my fellow tenants, as I hear the agencies like HPD code enforcement are overburdened, housing courts are overburdened, housing organizers are overburdened, and we don't have enough people to share that we have rights and we have to exercise them. This morning I started my day in housing court advocating for another non-payment case. A mother that has to go back to DR for her dying mother. People here are supporting people that back in their home countries, and we are all overburdened. I skipped lunch today, and this is such an important fight for us, and I can't believe we're still here trying to just be housed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wanda Swimney. Bruce Hicks? Okay, thank you. And while we're waiting for Mr. Hicks, our next three, let me just announce then, while we have a moment, Daniel Reynolds, Jamont Washington, and Savannah Miles will be our next three speakers after Mr. Hicks.
Thank you. I would like to just talk as a tenant, as someone who lives in a building that's a disabled person all my life. I used to live in Brooklyn. I was living in a disabled building, and it was very great until we were pushed out into the Bronx, into a bad neighborhood. But I've worked for 30 years in healthcare, and I retired, and I'm on a fixed income, and now I'm paying. My rent is. I spent maybe almost 50% of my rent for my rent to live somewhere in a building that is roaches and elevators that don't work. I'm a person that walk with 2 canes, and I use a scooter to get around. And when the elevators are broken, I have to go over the roof to get in and to go into my building, into my apartment. And it just shouldn't be. I had to ask the landlord, go to court to get leaks out of my apartment. And is just not the way we need to live. Someone who's didn't have to pay taxes, which I paid taxes all my life. So please excuse my talking because I had a stroke recently. But I just want everybody to know that, you know, to have your rent to keep going up and nothing fixed, and I have my rent is only up to a point, so I can only carry. You understand?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Reynolds? He left, okay. Jamont Washington? Okay. Savannah Miles? Okay. So I'm going to read the next 5 names, and if you could please come forward. Emmanuel Martinez, Karina Popovich, Sean Connolly, Virginia Crawford, and Mohammed Syed. If you could please come and be prepared to testify, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Emmanuel, and if you could just explain, we're going to be reading number in a row, and if you could please come forward. Thank you.
Buenas, aló. Vamos a estar llamando como 4 o 5 personas por corrido, entonces si las personas se pueden poner en fila, y entonces para proceder. Gracias.
Many thanks. Mr. Martinez.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, RGB. Could we stop the clock, because I would like to introduce myself before we begin. My name is Emmanuel Martinez. I am a representative of New York City, New York State Assembly member Udal Kadapia's office. I'm here to read a statement that she wanted to provide. So I will begin now. As an Assembly member, Udal Kadapia from the 86th New York State Assembly District, which represents over 135 residents. This is a critical point to protect the process of fairness and equality for stable home affordability. Rent stabilization must be protected. It is what has allowed us to continue to forge better outcomes for families, schools, and enrich our diverse community. It is what provides an opportunity to seek better for more affordable homes. It is imperative that we continue to protect the community's best interests first. Based on the reports from an organization called Just Fix It NYC, explains the larger corporation landlords evict far more tenants at higher rates compared to small local landlords. This trend of corporatization of New York City's real estate is an occurrence that happens, it's not an occurrence that just happened after COVID-19's pandemic. It is an effect that has been brought, is an effect of buildings that have been bought by corporations for over the past 20 years, and now we are feeling the effects of it now. Tens of thousands of New Yorkers still struggling to uplift themselves as our city continues to experience the economic downfall of inflation. In addition, this report reflects landlords with 1,000 or more units possess the bulk of rent stabilization. We kindly, and I'm speaking of the Assembly member, we kindly request that the rents of the 1 and 2 year lease remains the same due to the economic climate and scarcities of affordable housing.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I just want to include, since I have 1 second on the clock, I want to thank every single person here, especially who are advocating, because this does not affect just me. This does not just affect the community, but it affects every single person in this room today. I want to make sure that RGB is very clear on the decision that they're making, and just ask yourself this one question. And I want to be very clear. Ask yourself if you can go to sleep tonight knowing that the decision that is going to be made is going to affect every single person in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Karina Popovich.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a tenant advocate with Met Council on Housing. I currently live in the High Bridge area of the Bronx, and I've been living there for 20 years. Based on preliminary vote, my rent would go up for 1 year, $50 to $125, and a 2-year lease, $100 to $175. No, it's not right. Over half of rent-stabilized tenants pay more than 30% of their income in rent. This leads to nearly a quarter of rent-regulated tenants skipping medical care and meals, according to the Community Service Society 2022 Unheard Third Survey. The city's housing vacancy survey shows that low-cost apartments are disappearing, while more high-priced units are being created. Between 2017 and 2021, the city lost 96,000 units with rents less than $1,500. Median rent stabilized household income was $47,000 compared to $62,960. For market rate tenants, Community Service Society data shows that 15% of all tenants, including 17% of low-income tenants and 23% with children under the age of 18 had been threatened with eviction in 2022. This was the highest level in the past 11 years following the end of COVID eviction moratorium. Non-paying eviction cases rose 1,600. Well, what I'm trying to say is that please don't raise the rent because it's expensive now. I'm having a hard time buying food, and I live alone with my dog, and it's disgusting how y'all treating us and throwing us out of our apartments for basically raising the rent too high. So I'm here to represent everyone and to say that we need a rent rollback.
Thank you very much.
As soon as possible now. Don't forget us because we are the majority of the Bronx and of this city, and this is disgusting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Connolly? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, but I happen to have worked in a variety of legal services organizations representing tenants who are facing eviction. And I want to talk about that a little bit because I hope we can all agree, even the landlord representatives maybe will agree, that there's an eviction crisis right now in the city. There's been something like 120,000 eviction cases filed in a year. And those cases represent units. There's families in those units. There's hundreds of thousands of people every year facing eviction. And I think most people would say that's a problem. I think it's also a problem that, as we've been talking about all night, ask anyone who's worked in this area, the vast majority of these tenants just don't have the money to pay rent. That's why they're being evicted. That's just the reality. So we understand these things are problems. We also understand that it's a problem that we have massive problems with the conditions. There's not repairs, there's roaches, mold. And I think a lot of people look to the city government and they say, well, why do we have all these problems? And the only solution that they are responding to us with is they want to increase our rents. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to a lot of people. And I think, landlords like to say, oh, we can't afford to make repairs. This is kind of a silly argument. First off, I think if you want to make that argument, you should open your books to the public. I mean, it should be verified. But even if that's true, which I don't think it is, but even if it were true, you're not going to solve that problem by raising rent on tenants who literally can't afford to pay more rent. You're not going to get the money to make these repairs. So I think in the end, really we're faced with a choice. Like the current system of housing we have isn't working. This private ownership model, maybe it works for some of you up there. It doesn't work for most New Yorkers. We need a social solution, a public solution. There's money in this country, a lot of money. The tenants in these apartments aren't the ones with the money. We need to totally change our tax system. We need to be taking the money from the rich people who have this money and
Thank you
using
for your testimony.
Using it to build public housing for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Virginia Crawford. And while Virginia's coming up, let me announce the next 5 speakers: Paulette New, Madeline Mendez, Nadia Matui, Nanya Diubate, and Maratu Diallo. If you could please be prepared to speak. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Thank you.
My name is Virginia, and I am not safe. Many of the people in this room are not safe. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in a building purchased by a large predatory real estate investor. I've had a target on my back for 10 years. And I'm on a nationwide tenant blacklist because I have fought in court for my safety and the safety of my neighbors. A few months ago, I mentioned my landlord's organization name at a Harlem tenant event. A few days later, the super broke into my apartment window from the fire escape with a crowbar and a camera. He spent 25 minutes in my home without explanation. So no, I am literally not safe. Since our building was purchased, we've lost 30 out of 40 rent-stabilized units. Rents were doubled, and studio apartments are now renting for $3,000. Several empty apartments are regularly rented out by the landlord on Airbnb. We lived through dangerous, unannounced construction projects and have been exposed to friable asbestos multiple times. Despite the hundreds of violations issued, tenants are still not safe. There is a slow-motion bullet being shot through our multifamily properties. The trigger was pulled after the 2008 mortgage crisis, and tenants are the victims. The city makes revenue when property values increase. Investors leverage the increased value to buy more buildings. Tenants continue to be unsafe. How will this cycle end? Predatory real estate have the guns. Please don't provide them with more bullets. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mohammed Sayed here? All right, Paulette New. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paulette New. I'm a CASA member, and I'm also a tenant leader for over 40 years. And the purpose of me being a tenant leader at the time for 40 years is to work with the landlord. We were very friendly. The Tenants Association, along with the landlord, we would get together and discuss what needs to be repaired, and they will follow through with it. That time has changed. When I volunteered to be a tenant leader 40 years ago, today is a job, okay? And I don't get paid for it. But I want to say, with all this that everybody's talking about repairs and stuff, the landlord getting their money. My building my landlord received $7 million to renovate the complex, and they brought it down. They were supposed to upgrade it instead they downgraded. But I want to say something about the fact that New York City do not have a cost of living increase. New Jersey do. Today, the CPI inflation is 4.9. Our wages is 4.3, which is not keeping up with inflation. So when people talk about they don't have it, they don't have it because the fact is we used to get raises every year. We used to get bonuses every year. We used to get the cost of living every year. Those things don't exist in New York. It exists in New Jersey, but not here in New York. So when people say they don't have it, they don't have it. They're not saying it for the sake of just saying it, because the money is not there. We don't get annual raises anymore. And not only that, do you guys take it? I want you guys to ask, I want to know, when y'all make a decision to increase rent, do you know how many MCIs was granted among the landlords? Do you know how many ERA application that the landlord submitted in order to maintain their property. There's so much funding that the landlord gets to maintain their property that they do not have to raise the rent. Not only that, the landlord is always talking about raising the rent. Oh, a screw costs 25 cents, now it's 50 cents. But they don't want to show their books. Now, when I first started as a landlord, you saying thank you, I gotta go? All right. But I'm just letting.
Sorry, please go.
Yeah. But,
Thank you.
but what I want to say to you guys is that we are not asking for the impossible. We're asking you guys to really think hard about what is going on today. And that is, okay, I just do not raise our rent. I'm going to remember you. Don't raise our rent. Thank you.
Madeline Mendez.
Good evening, tenants. Good evening, citizens. I'm not really addressing this to you guys, because you guys represent the landlords. I can easily come here and say all this data, but this data has been spoken by our citizens. So I'm going to give you facts, my facts. I live in the very famous building of 1515 Selwyn Avenue that for a very long time they didn't have gas. They didn't have gas for 16 months. Those months were during COVID, so we didn't have heat, we didn't have hot water, but the landlord still wanted rent. Explain that to me. So I'm going to ask you this, please answer me. Since you guys believe in applauding bad service, so the next time when you guys go to dinner, I hope you get a rat on your plate. And please give that waiter a tip because you believe in bad service. When you get your hair done and they cut off your hair, please give that beautician a tip because you believe in bad service. When you go to an airport and they lose your luggage, please give them more money because you believe in bad service. Explain to me, how the hell can you have a landlord that's on the list of New York City's worst landlords? Our landlord was from 8 to 6 to 2. Right now, I don't even know what number he is. But we have another one now. On the worst landlords list. But I guarantee you, you guys won't put your kids in a school that's run by predators, but you are okay with landlords running predatory actions towards tenants. Explain that to me like if I was a child, because you guys are despicable if you believe in these landlords. They have money, they can do whatever they want, but they want to keep their social clubs, they want to keep their golf memberships. So you guys, to me, I'm not addressing you guys because you guys are pitiful. How dare you raise the rent on tenants and do not make an attempt to shush me. I am not done. Don't do it because these tenants work hard. I don't care what jobs they have, but they're working hard for their families. But yet, all you guys want to do is worry about your little stipend that you're getting. I dare you to come to where I live. 1515 Selwyn Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm not done. I will dare you. And you will not last 10 seconds where I last over 40 years.
Thank you. Nadia Matui. Is Nadia here? Thank you. Let me read 3 more names if you could be prepared to testify. Victoria Hernandez, Efrain Gonzalez, and Van Miles. Thank you.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone.
Je m'appelle Nanya Dubate.
My name is Nanya Mati.
J'habite à Sheridan.
Vous habitez où?
J'habite Sheridan Avenue.
I live on Silman Avenue. Seaman Avenue.
Ça me fait 29 ans.
I've been living there for 29 years.
J'habite là-bas, 10 Sheridan.
I've been living there for that long.
Mais maintenant, je suis tombé malade.
But now I'm sick, I'm ill.
Ils ont amené $20,000.
Vous devez $20,000.
Je paye $20.
So I have to pay $20,000 in back rent.
J'habite avec mon nephew, 19 ans.
I live with my 19-year-old nephew.
19 ans.
19 ans. I live with my 19-year-old nephew.
C'est pour cela que je cherchais quelqu'un pour m'aider.
So I'm looking for someone to help me.
Je suis parti la casa.
I belong to Casa as well.
Ma petite sœur, c'est elle qui m'a aidé. Chaque fin du mois, il me donne $500.
I was given $500. My sister-in-law helped me with this.
$500.
$500.
Quand il m'a donné ça, je me débrouille pour les gens qui tressent là.
So I've been able to make do with that amount.
Quand je vois là-bas, je gagne un peu pour manger.
I'm able to pay for food and groceries.
Donc, vraiment, je félicite la casa puisque je suis arrivé ici.
So I'd like to congratulate Casa because of everything that it's done since I arrived.
Donc, ils n'ont qu'à parler à Leno pour aider moi.
But please, if there's anything that you can do to help me,
Puisque je n'ai pas quelqu'un pour m'aider.
I have no one else to help me.
Merci. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Nanya Diabate? Meritu Diallo? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight standing because of CASA. CASA gave me that comfortable I can speak up my mind, let my voice heard back. If you allow me to speak my broken English, I will, okay. I'm here tonight to testify because of rent increase. I want the rent to be decreased. But I have a few questions to ask of you guys. How many of you have been in court without a legal representative and facing an eviction? And do you have a kid who wake up in the morning and ask you, Mom, where we are going to sleep when we be evicted? So, for that reason, and sorry. For that reason, I'm asking you if you care about your citizens and take a look for everyone in all audience here and try to. My time up? Can I? Okay. Yeah, if you care about your citizen, the citizen people, take care and look for these people here, all people here, and they all are seeking, we all are seeking for your help.
Thank you.
Because we could not do without you guys. And please, bring the smile to all of us when you go home, the time you're making decision. And I thank
Thank
you
you.
for all of it.
Thank you. Is Victoria Hernandez here? Efren Gonzalez? Van Miles? And while Van's coming down, let me announce our next set of speakers. Valerie Stephen? Yeah. Announce them all? Okay. Well, he's about to speak. I can do that time. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Van Miles. I have an economics degree, a master's degree, and the vast majority of my career has been getting people to work, anywhere from a sanitation worker, a kid who's never had a job before, no resume, to now C-suite people, right? And I think the common denominator amongst all of them is that they really just want to be able to provide for their families. And so, you know, I know a lot of people didn't come here tonight. I know a lot of people probably don't know what's going on right now, but I feel, you know, privileged to be able to come here and listen to people so that everyone knows to advocate for themselves. And I know that only 21% of voters voted in the last election, right? So it doesn't make up the full voice of the city. And I know that you guys aren't necessarily elected, and that's neither here nor there. But I want you guys to know that you have a lot of, with privilege comes power, or power comes privilege, right? So you guys are in a really important place to make a true impact across the city, and that it's without saying that if these rent stabilized increases go into effect, it's going to change a lot of people, a lot of lives across the city. And it's probably going to change the fabric of the city, because the fabric of the city really depends upon the people. It's not the buildings, it's the people that's in those buildings. And not just the Bronx, but all 5 boroughs, right? You're going to change the fabric of the communities, the streets, and the city as a whole. So I really want this board to take everything that everyone has said into account for those people who are here, and likely the people who aren't here is probably going to mirror the same thing, right? So when you go home and decide on this, you know, definitely vote no on the increases to make sure that New York City stays New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me announce the next group. Valerie Stephen, Julia Colon, Sylvia Sanchez, Judith Ann Hernandez, Helen Guzman, and Ngozi Ibunam. So Valerie, thank you.
Buenas noches. Dios
Good
les
evening.
bendiga a todos.
Good evening to everyone.
A todos, porque Dios no hace acepción de personas.
To all of you, because God makes us all in His image and we're all the same.
La mayoría hemos sufrido el impacto y costo de inflación
The
de
majority
alguna
of us have
manera
felt the
o de
effects
otra.
of inflation.
Después del COVID-19,
After COVID-19,
nos hemos visto tan afectados con
we've
el aumento
seen
de rentas
ourselves so affected by the rent increases
y la tasa de desempleo que muchos hemos sufrido
and the high unemployment rates that many of us
y enfrentado esta causa
have had to face this cause
con gran desespero,
with lots of
afectando
despair,
nuestras familias directa o indirectamente,
affecting our families directly or indirectly.
sintiendo acoso, hostigamiento y amenazas
Feeling, being the subject of threats
de desalojo por
and
los grandes
harassment
caseros
by
de
landlords
edificios,
of the city.
mucha ansiedad,
Lots of anxiety
miedo al desalojo
and also fear of
y
eviction.
no tener dónde vivir por falta de pago de renta.
We've had to feel the effects of all of this.
Estrés por perder nuestros recursos de ingresos
Stress for
y
losing
subsistencia.
our resources, our income.
El dinero apenas nos alcanza,
The money that we make at the moment is not enough to make ends meet.
teniendo que escoger entre pagar
Having to choose between paying
un techo o el comprar
put a
alimentos
roof
o
over our
necesidades
heads.
esenciales.
and to buy basic groceries.
Yo misma fui víctima de desalojo,
I myself was the victim of
cobrándome
eviction,
de $24,000 de renta a
owing $1,000 of rent,
sintiéndome desesperada,
feeling
de manos
completely
cruzadas.
desperate,
sin tener los recursos y
and
no
not
saber
having
qué
the
hacer.
resources to be able to do what I had to.
Perdiendo el caso varias veces
Losing the case actually several
y
times.
2 órdenes de desahucio.
And also the eviction notices
Y
that I
mostrando
received.
causas y aún así
And
fue
even
denegado.
so, I was still evicted.
Mis edificios pertenecen a Money Management,
My
que
building
antes
belongs to
era
Manny
Econ.
Management.
Y no sé cuántos inquilinos más se encuentran en la
And
misma
I have no
situación
idea how many other
en la que yo me
tenants
encuentre.
find themselves in the same situation that I've found myself.
Gracias a Casa y su
Thanks
ayuda,
to CASA that helps
pude
us,
conseguir un abogado
I was able to seek and find an attorney,
y algunas organizaciones caritativas
as well as other charitable organizations,
y One Shot Deal,
to get a one-shot deal
que aunque tuve que poner fue muy poco
that, even though I did have to supply at least a small amount of money
para no ser desalojada.
so that I wouldn't be evicted.
Es difícil entender a grandes propietarios
It's very difficult to understand these
que también hayan sido
landlords
afectados durante este trayecto,
that have not been jailed throughout
ya que las
this
ganancias
process.
generadas por los bienes y raíces,
Señora, repite esa parte.
ya que las ganancias
Since the earnings
ganadas por bienes y raíces,
that they were able to accumulate because of real estate,
es muy poco probable que los ingresos dejen de ser generados.
it's very unlikely that they won't continue to generate income.
Estos incrementos de alquiler
These rent increments or rent
tan
increases,
exorbitantes,
that are so exorbitant
el más grande desde el año 2013.
has to be the biggest one since 2013.
Estos grandes caseros,
These landlords
los cuales no nos escuchan ni les
who
interesa
don't listen to us and are not interested
cómo nos está y puede afectar,
in how this could and is currently affecting us,
interesándose solamente en su bienestar y
thinking
riqueza,
only in their well-being
que les contribuya a ellos.
and that this contribute to their earnings.
Thank you.
La ciudad de Nueva York es la ciudad ya más cara para rentar en todo
The
el
city
país.
of New York is the most expensive city to pay rent in the
Hay
whole
que
country.
ganar más de $130,000 al año,
You have to make more than
lo
$120,000
cual es
a year,
sumamente difícil
which is a very
para
huge
nosotros
task for
y es
all
la
of us.
realidad.
Thank you. Thank you.
La mayoría
The
de
majority
nosotros los residentes de aquí ni siquiera
us.
llegamos a la mitad de ese ingreso.
Señora, diga esa parte otra vez.
La mayoría de nosotros los inquilinos no llegamos ni a la mitad de ese ingreso.
The majority of us don't even make half of that.
Hay aproximadamente 1 millón de unidades de alquiler
There are approximately 1 million units
estabilizado
of
en,
rent
en
stabilized
toda la
apartments
ciudad.
in the city.
El hogar de más de 2 millones de inquilinos de bajos ingresos
The home of more than 2 million
que
people of
estarán a
low
riesgo
income
de ser desalojados.
that are in fear of being evicted.
Es inaceptable.
It is unacceptable.
Qué vergüenza.
It's so embarrassing.
Basta ya.
Please put a stop to this.
Este abuso e injusticia hacia nosotros
This
los
abuse of
inquilinos
justice against us, the
tiene que
tenants,
parar.
has to stop.
Esto sería una carga para nosotros los inquilinos en
This
estos
is a
momentos
huge
tan
burden for all of
difíciles.
us.
Thank you.
Emocionalmente,
Emotionally,
perturbando nuestra paz y tranquilidad,
Emotionally,
causando
it affects
depresión y
our peace,
ansiedad.
causing depression and anxiety
Nos
in all of us.
sentimos sobrecargados
We
al no
feel
saber
completely
con
overwhelmed,
esta incertidumbre que nos
and
vamos
this uncertainty
a que nos vamos a enfrentar.
that we'll be facing eventually.
A esos grandes caseros
you.
quiero
To those-
decirles
To those wonderful
que
members,
una
I'd like
buena
to say
administración
that
de
a very good
ingresos y
administration
presupuesto pueden cubrir
Can
para
cover
trabajar con los gastos
with all
operativos
of their operational
necesarios
costs that are
sin
needed
tener que
without
incrementar
having to
a tal
increase
nivel esos porcientos
rent
de renta
to these levels
para un año y 2
for a
años.
year or two.
Nosotros vamos a luchar
We are going to fight.
por soluciones.
We're going to fight for solutions.
Es hora de que los
It is
legisladores
time for
hagan más por los
legislators to
inquilinos
do more for the
y
tenants
somos los que les damos
that
el
are
voto a ellos.
providing them with the vote that they need.
Exigiremos y pelearemos
Continue to
pacíficamente
demand this
e
specifically, of course,
incansablemente,
in peace and
haciéndonos
organized,
escuchar a cualquier lugar
making sure that we go anywhere we
donde
have to,
tengamos que ir
where we have to go,
y hacer que el
Thank you.
alquiler sea
and
asequible
make sure that rent is
en el Bronx
accessible
y
in the
toda la
Bronx
ciudad.
and everywhere else.
Nosotros unidos somos más
Together we are more.
y no
We are
resistiremos
numerous, and
y
we will
lograremos
not
nuestros
resist. We will do
propósitos hasta vencer
everything
esta
that we have
lucha.
to do
Thank you.
to
Gracias.
fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Julia Cohen? Yeah. We have a number of people left to speak. If I could have a translator, please. And I think it's very important that we have to be able to hear from everyone, and we would appreciate it if you could please stick to the 2-minute deadline.
Tenemos varias personas que faltan para hablar, entonces, por favor, si es muy posible, cumplir con el periodo de tiempo de 2 minutos para permitirle a todos el momento de hablar. Muchas gracias.
Don't start the clock yet. I'm giving up my spot to the bishop here who, for some reason, you guys skipped his name, and so he can speak.
Thank you.
First and foremost, to the board, I'd like to say good evening to the tenants assembled here today. I did have a lot to say. I'm not a bishop, but I am a minister. I belong to the 52nd Precinct Clergy Coalition. I do things in the community. I live on Gun Hill Road. And conditions in my building are very sad, deplorable. For the last 22 months, I've had no gas. And I have some health issues. I'm losing weight and by not being able to eat properly. The landlord, I'm not on a campaign against landlords or you, the board. Just do the right thing. We're living beneath our privileges in one of the richest countries in the world. No heat for the whole winter. Coldest days of my life. I've never experienced that before. We've had infestation of rats in the basement. You got to punch the elevator door before you could open it to go out and take the garbage. And I haven't even looked at the rent because it's astronomical. My Con Edison bill has skyrocketed. When I called Con Edison, they informed me that they gave a $2,000 deduction for seniors because I just turned a senior citizen in 2020. There's a lot of complications financially right now. You've heard all the testimonies, you've heard the people. I had a lot of things that I want to say, but in light of time, because there's other people, I just implore you, do the right thing if you can. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sylvia Sanchez? Is Sylvia Sanchez here? Judith Ann Hernandez? Is Judith Ann here? Helen Guzman? Sorry. Who got skipped? Sorry, who got skipped?
Valerie got skipped.
Come back a page.
All right. Hello, my name is Helen, and I'm a proud Bronx resident. I grew up in the Bronx shelter system. So the housing crisis right now and everything that tenants are saying, everything that I've learned about tenants' experiences literally boils my blood. So I have dedicated my entire career to advocacy work because I know from personal experience what families like mine needed. We needed safe housing, housing vouchers, we needed books, quality schools, and healthy food. Now I work at an organization that needs to send temperature sensors to tenants because their landlords do not give them adequate heat in their homes. Why? Because of landlord greed. I live blocks away from Twin Parks where 17 lives were taken because of a lack of heat. In 1 year at my job, I've learned how lenient the city is on landlords. Both landlords and the city will let tenants live with rats, leak, mold, lead, and no heat, and face fines so meaningless they won't bother to collect them. I know this because my nieces and nephews live in one such rent-stabilized apartment here in the Bronx. This is an economic and psychological warfare that landlords in the real estate industry has waged on my family, my neighbors, and it will not stand for long. There will be a reckoning to landlord greed, and Bronx tenants demand a rollback, and tenants need justice.
Thank you. Ngozi Ibinum?
Hello, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Valerie. I live at 735 Walton Avenue, and I want you to remember that, right? Because for the simple fact that last weekend in Iowa, a building collapsed. I want you all to remember that. Then on the other day up in New Haven, Connecticut, another building collapsed. I've been in my apartment for 3 years. It'll be 3 years in November. I moved there, there was mold, lead, then they found lead. I called 311, they found lead. They covered up the mold with paint, that's all they did. I've recently been experiencing headaches. I have a 42-year-old daughter. That's right, I was waiting for her sister girl right there to come back out because I want her to sit and listen to me. Because she's been sitting there texting, and it's rude, and it's just, I watched her the whole night, the whole evening, texting. The homeboy over there, he was sleeping, I mean, y'all, the frustration that we're feeling, y'all should feel, I'm glad you're feeling it too. It's not fair. That people should have to live this way, right? My thing is, I told Liz, I suggested that the whole building, entire building, not pay the landlord the rent. What are we paying for? Didn't hear y'all coming and talking about raising the rent. I mean, come on, people, the living conditions that I'm living under, I shouldn't be living. I took doctor's notes and gave it to him. I have asthma, emphysema, and COPD. They want to come in there and tear out walls this Thursday, which I'm not going to allow them to do again. Because for the simple fact, all I asked for him to do was to move me somewhere else. I don't want that dust flying all over my shit that I purchased. I purchased it. During the pandemic, when my stove stopped working, I called Con Ed. They came out and they told me that, and I don't smoke either. They told me that had I lit a lighter or turned on a light in my kitchen, it would have blew the whole goddamn kitchen up.
Thank you.
I had, no, not thank me. I had to purchase my own goddamn stove. Because he kept sending refurbished, so right now I'm waiting for a refrigerator that I'm purchasing to come here. And I want to know which one of you up there would allow me to come spend a goddamn weekend with you because I can't even sleep in my apartment. You sitting there like you frustrated, like you really don't want to hear what we got to say, and you keep thanking people. I hope that when you roll back these rents, see, because like, and another thing, I paid my rent throughout the pandemic. I didn't skip a rent. I've been out of my mother's apartment since 1985. I'm 63 years old. I pay my rent every month. My mother told me when I left, she said, make sure you pay the rent if you got to fill your way around the apartment in the dark. And I live by that. And all I want to do is have adequate, decent housing, like you guys do. I lived in another apartment for 29 years, right? So when I took the landlord to court, because he wouldn't fix the leak in the roof, he called me a troublemaker. After I left there, I lost my Section 8, lost the apartment, and then I was blacklisted. And how I know that, and like when you leave here, tenants, what I want you to do is go home and look up at your ceilings. You see anything, spots and dark spots, that's mold. And it kills. You have children in your apartment that might not realize that they may touch it and put their hands in their mouths or touch their skin, and it's dangerous. So when you consider when you consider elevating the rents, I want you to remember that y'all probably live decent. Ain't none of y'all up there on that goddamn panel would take me home with you. I'm not a thief. All I want is a decent place to stay. I told my daughter, in case that goddamn building falls, I want her to sue the goddamn landlord, the city, and the whole thing. Because it's possible that it can happen. I had cracks in the wall on both ends of my living room. No, not thank you, because I'm still not finished. I understand y'all getting frustrated, but I've been frustrated too, for a long time. Because it's a damn shame when you sit and you pay your rent and you can't live in an adequate apartment. And it's ridiculous. I have grandchildren. One of them is crawling around on the floor, and I don't even want his mom to bring him to my house because I don't want him to leave out of there and be sick. The asthma that's here in the Bronx, it comes from roach infestations, mice droppings.
I understand. Thank you.
No, you don't. You don't understand because you wouldn't live where I live at. know, and it's really sad. I hope to God that y'all, when you make your decision and you take your votes and what, I mean, consider what people are telling you. This shit is no joke. It's real. It's real life. This ain't nothing about no damn reality. This is real life. She's sitting over there. She still don't want to be here. You all frustrated with, God damn it, so am I. I didn't eat all day. I've been running around. I went home and then I came back. My neighbor, Mr. Hicks, he was on his way here, so I was waiting for a cab, so he decided to bring me. This ain't no joke. You sat there and I watched here. I'm a very good observer. You sat there and you whispered to him. You, homeboy, you sat there and went to sleep. You put on your shades, oh, you put them back on again. You know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all don't want to be here, and neither the hell do we. And if allowed, I could stand here all goddamn night because there's a whole lot I got to say. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair and it's not right. You consider that. You wouldn't, none of you up there that had, and some of you up there, grandparents, you wouldn't let your grandchildren come and stay in my apartment with you.
Thank you.
Wouldn't. No, thank you.
We are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You literally telling me to go sit down and be quiet, and I'm not going to do it. You've been telling people all night, thank you. That's what you're really saying. You're telling them to go have a seat and be quiet, but like, don't nobody shut me up. And right is right and wrong is always going to be wrong. I want you to remember that. I'm going to sit down, but you know what? I want you to remember that. Right is right and wrong is wrong every goddamn day. Every day. Every day. You got people in here that seniors. Some people couldn't even come down these goddamn stairs, and I watched them. And also, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to shut up, but I remember in 1973 when I was 13 when my mom sat on her couch, right? She sat there every night because she couldn't go to sleep because the landlords in the Bronx were setting fires in the buildings. But guess what they did? They taught their children that have these properties now how to do the same goddamn thing. Be neglectful. Take the rent and let them live in the slums. They burned down the Bronx and came back and rebuilt it up with them houses over there on Charlotte Street. That's some bullshit. Who would want to live over there? I know I wouldn't want. The young man stood up here and told y'all what they did to the Bronx. Y'all know. You can Google it. Google 1970s. When the fire chief stood there himself and said that the landlords were paying the dope things $10 or whatever to set fires, where people lost their lives. And here this shit go again. And don't say thank you again. But like I said, 735 Walton Avenue. Remember that. If that building collapsed, that shit is on y'all.
Could I ask the translator? We have 9 speakers left, and the building is going to close in 33 minutes, so it'd be great if we could get through. We really do honestly want to hear everyone. Really appreciate your cooperation. If we could have a translator for that. Thank you.
Les pedimos que por favor, cuando pasen adelante a hablar, que por favor sean breves, que se ciñan a los 2 minutos. El edificio cierra a las 11 y queremos asegurarnos de que las 9 personas que están pautadas para hablar lo hagan en el tiempo debido. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Ngozi Ibinum. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Eustace Dinkwu. My mother's name is Ngozi Ebenem, and she is a rent-stabilized tenant in the Bronx. She lived in her building for 16 years. She paid more than 30% of her income in rent. She has 5 children. and any rent increase is a big burden for her. Her landlord doesn't always make repairs while he continues to correct my rent. Any rent increase is too high for me and my family. It means nothing decisions on what bills to pay and potentially losing my home. We need a rent rollback.
Rent rollback! Rent rollback! Rent rollback! I tell my son to stay to do this because you don't understand what parents are passing through in the buildings. He said he's supposed to be in bed right now because of school tomorrow, but I want him to stay. So you could feel what other parents are feeling about this lady talking about apartment. People that have asthma can't live where the roach and mouse is and the mold. But we're suffering for all this. But we're still telling the landlord, fix our apartment, do this, but nobody want to do it for us. So now you want to increase the rent. Every time you increase the rent, when you go buy something today for $1, tomorrow you go back, that thing is $5. I don't know if everybody experiencing it. Because if you can't, like, I budget $5 today for food, but before you go back, the budget is almost $20. What are we going to do? And you want to pay your rent. It's a problem for all of us. Please, my brothers and sisters there, please try to help us and roll back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Casa! Casa!
Thank you. Cheryl Williams Murray. Is Cheryl Williams Murray here? Okay, great. And then after that, we'll hear from Maricela Granado, Victor Alvarez, Beverly Lawrence, Patricia Parker, Christian Cardis, Althea Matthews, and Maria Suero. Ms. Williams Murray?
Good evening to everyone. I just want to start out by saying that truth is the absolute standard by which reality is based. We're here because of the rent. I've been in my apartment for over 40 years. I'm literally a tenant at this point. I've been in court for 15 years. I'm in court now. My building has put cameras on doors of rent-stabilized Section 8, and people like me, they wrote letters to me about what I was doing outside of my door. They cut my telephone wires. Every time we go to court, whatever legal fees were added on to my rent. I was at a meeting when Honorable Sotomayor, whenever she's the keynote speaker, she walks around. And she said, if you ever have problems, go to your elected officials. That's what they're there for. But when you go there, they say, oh, you're not in our district. But we elected you anyway. I don't know how many people on the dais are elected officials, but I do know that I have mold, I have open floors, I have numb fingers from a window slamming down. My apartment has open walls. They renovated upstairs and downstairs. The former manager is now back. He accused me of breaking the pole, I'm sorry, the hot water pole pipe in the wall. I'm a super's daughter. I also went back to school and studied plumbing under Mr. Edward Lloyd, who's out of the 39 licensed plumbers in New York. He's number 9. He actually came to my home.
Thank you.
My rent is being raised. I spend all of my income on rent.
Thank you.
We have to remember Eleanor Bumpers. We have to remember that all of this is about redlining. Gentrification is redlining. We're going back to the same thing. I used to vote at Hostos. Now I vote at the court building on 61st Street because of the gentrification. And everyone, by the Constitution, and there's laws all over the country and in other
Thank you for your testimony.
around the world, that you have to look up these laws for discrimination against women, discrimination against older people, discrimination against anything that you have. You have a right to live where you want. And I'm not blaming anybody for anything that happened to me.
Thank you.
Because God did it so that I can be stronger. Because I thought they were going to take my life. And a lot of us in here are afraid too. But I have no fear because I know who my Father is.
Thank you.
And I pray for everybody in here. I don't hold any grudges, but we need to know where we are in this reality. This reality is temporary, subject to change at any time. That's how God made it. From the eternal, invisible world to the physical, temporary, subject to change.
Thank you.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Maricela Granado.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Maricela Granado.
Good evening, my name is Maricela.
Yo tengo 29 años que vine a este país.
I came to this country 29 years ago.
Y solamente mis deseos eran hacerme ciudadana, trabajar para mantener mis hijos, porque no quise recibir ningún beneficio de este país. Y hasta ahora lo estoy haciendo, pero veo que la renta está aumentando tanto y el tipo de trabajo que yo estoy haciendo me está enfermando. Solamente yo quiero que controlen ese aumento de renta para que mis hijos se puedan mudar y yo entregar ese apartamento para yo poderme mudar en el país. Pasen buena noche.
Have a very good evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Victor Alvarez. Victor here. Beverly Lawrence.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Lawrence. The only thing I want to talk about and ask you guys is please don't raise the rent. Please give us a rollback. I've been in my apartment. I live in the Bronx. I've been in my apartment for 23 years. I'm 60 years old. I'm on a fixed income. And if you guys do decide to raise the rent, I can guarantee you probably a week after you do that, I will be homeless. So I'm just asking that you please don't raise the rent. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Patricia Parker. I live at 1532 in Townsend. I have had a lot of problems in my apartment. Which we still have now, is rats in the walls, mouses. During the pandemic, I had, like in the back of my sink, I have a hole around the pipe and holes in the floor. The problem consisted for so many years, I cannot get it fixed for some reason. I don't know if they don't know what to do or how to do the problem. But the problem still exists. I wrote a letter to the property manager in 2021. The problem still exists. And I just want to know, if you live in that apartment, would you like to come and stay with me and live in that apartment under these conditions? Y'all need to think about the rent rollback really and seriously, because God is watching all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Christian Cardis.
I'm Parker right here.
Althea Matthews.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I was just compelled again because I just signed up late to speak. And everything that has been said, y'all already heard. My problem is this is already set up to increase the rent. And I don't really think or believe that y'all take people's testimony serious when y'all gonna negotiate. Like the mayor already said, it's going up 7% where we had the preliminary hearing in Cooper Union last month. So y'all just sitting here, listen to these stories. I don't know whether y'all have compassion or feel empathy or really gonna negotiate the stories when y'all negotiate to really consider the people who just pour out their personal business to y'all. We have a housing crisis and y'all know this. We have an issue in housing court. I don't know if I told you my name out there, Matthew. I'm a CASA leader. I'm also an advocate for homeless injustice that's going on, the criminal justice, and also a lot of injustice that's going on in the city. That if you go and increase this rent, knowing all these problems, you're going to be part of the problem. You're going to be we have in housing court, people already being evicted. We don't have the right to council funding so they can be represented correctly. We have the asylum seekers here. We got people in the shelter that been there for a long time. I just got out the shelter. I've been in there for 3 years. I'm 65 this year. I'm a senior citizen, and there's other people in the system just like me. Now, I don't know. Y'all really need to go and negotiate the right thing. We need a rent rollback.
Thank you.
We really need a rent rollback. And I know all of y'all was appointed by the mayor. So it's already set in stone. So I remember like in 2018, I believe, we was at Baruch College. And one of the panelists that was supposed to be listening to the tenants come and pour out their heart why the rent should be rent-free. She had the audacity to say, y'all come up here and tell all of these sorry stories. Y'all story don't have no bearing on my decision, so why are we here? If our story do not compel y'all to do the right thing, why are we here? How dare her to say something like that? So that's the same with y'all, right? Y'all just there, sitting there to go through the process like it's nothing. I know the two that represent the tenants, I'm not including y'all. But there's no rent increase. Furthermore, there's no landlord coming here to speak on their behalf. Why is that? There's not one landlord came and speak on their behalf because they have you. They have you to do what they need to be done. It's already written in stone.
Thank you.
And that's sad.
Thank you.
That's sad. We don't need no rent guideline board if you're not going to do the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you. Maria Suero? Thank you, Maria.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Suero.
Good evening. My name is María Suero.
Testificar.
And I'm here to
No estoy de acuerdo con el aumento de renta que nos van a
rent
dar.
increase.
Yo diría que es alarmante.
I would say
no
that it's
podemos pagar.
alarming. We can't
Yo
pay this.
me retiré hace 4
I
años.
retired 4 years ago.
Y lo que me dan para mi
And what I
retiro,
get
la
for my
jubilación,
retirement
no me alcanza para pagar
is
la
not
renta.
enough to pay
Y
the
estoy
rent.
trabajando 4 horas y
I'm
media
actually working
para
4.5
poder pagar
hours
mi renta.
in order to be able to pay the rent and make ends meet.
Sí, miren cómo está la población en toda parte. La gente ha sacado la ropa del closet
Look at what we are seeing on all levels. People are bringing clothes out of their closets
para poder pagar la renta
in
y
order
darle comida a
in
sus
order
hijos
to
y uno
sell them and
comer.
be able to have enough money to pay for groceries and feed their families.
No califica mucha gente para seguro
Many
médico
people are not eligible for health insurance
porque a lo que le dan 1,300 y 1,600 piensan que es una
because,
millonada.
of course, people think that if you're making between $1,300 and $1,600, you're rich.
Espero que ustedes practiquen la
really hope
justicia,
that you
porque
will
con la vara que ustedes
practice
midan,
justice.
con esa misma lo
Because
medirán.
again,
Gracias
you
y
will be
buenas
measured
noches.
with the same amount of generosity that you give others.
Espero que Dios toque sus
I hope
corazones.
that God will touch your hearts.
Gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. I want to thank you all for being here. I believe we need a motion. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Sorry. Sorry. What was your name? Okay. Please come speak. Please come on up, and then we'll adjourn. Thank you for waiting. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Marina Metalios. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant. I live in Stuyvesant Town on East 14th Street. I appreciate the in-person. This is the meeting I could make. I have been in my apartment 33 years. So my apartment was never illegally deregulated by former owner Tishman Speyer, and then dragged through the mud of market pricing, and then re-regulated, but at a much higher rent than was affordable. Now, I have worked all my life. I have no college debt. I had very little grad school debt. I've always had health insurance, no catastrophic medical bills, and I have no kids. So, my rent is affordable for me, being in my apartment for 33 years. You might ask, why am I here? I'm here because of everyone else. I'm here because of my neighbors. We are all rent stabilized in Stuytown Peter Cooper because of the Roberts decision. But the rents in my line are thousands of dollars different, and my apartment floor has been very, very vacant. Before the pandemic, it was vacant. 40% vacant for years. And I think to myself, how can my landlord let 40% of the units on my floor be vacant? Either it's because the rents have always been too high, even the re-regulated Roberts rents, or because the landlord was doing okay. This is where you come in, because what you decide, along with what Albany allows, makes prices that most New Yorkers can't afford. I am an anomaly, but it shouldn't be my luck that one gets to live affordably in New York City. You've heard what people say. Your projected increases are too high, and the landlords don't need them. Even with the PIOC, they're getting 33% on the dollar. They don't need the increases, and we don't need the increases. No increases are necessary with the profitability of rent-stabilized housing. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to thank you all again for being here. We have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Second. And we have a motion and a second. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Gracias a todos. Pasen buenas noches.